Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Board of Education. The meeting is called to order at 4:01 p.m. in open session. Okay. Tonight, we do not have requests addressing closed session agenda items. At this time, the board will recess to closed session. Open session will resume at approximately 5:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Tonight's meeting of the Board of Education was called to order at 4:01 p.m. in open session, and the board then adjourned to closed session at 4:01. We will now reconvene the meeting in open session at 4:40 p.m. Ms. Board Clerk, Ms. Stewart, will update us on closed session topics.
Good evening. The topics discussed in closed session were student matters, pending litigation, anticipated litigation, and labor negotiations. The board took action. General counsel was added to any anticipated litigation, and the board voted to readmit student number 22170012. Thank you.
Replacement pages for items 7.5 and 9.2.1.1 are on the back table. Tonight, we do not have requests for public comments. Do we have any amendments to this evening's agenda?
Yes, we will be withholding the ELOP presentation this evening. For the interest of time, we will bring it back at a future board meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the amendments of the agenda?
Yeah, that motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. We will now have the PTA President, Ms. Linda Arndt, will be leading the flag salute. Welcome, Ms. Arndt.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So at this time, I am going to reorder the agenda and move agenda item 7.2, interquest presentation, before agenda item 6, recognitions. After the presentation, we will go back to recognitions. Thank you, Dr. Dradi.
At this time, I'd like to bring up Dr. William Avila to introduce the presentation.
Good evening, Board. At the May 25th Board meeting, Dr. Dradi provided the Board and community with an update on District Safety Committee results, along with sharing community data that was collected through a survey. As part of today's presentation, we're going to be providing some information to the board and the community regarding 2 informational presentations regarding potential safety measures the district could consider for future implementation. At this time, it's an informational item to bring further awareness and discussion regarding these potential safety measures. The cabinet will be meeting in July to further discuss potential safety measures based on the board's guidance and to determine priorities. Our first presentation will be from InterQuest Detection Canines. InterQuest Detection Canines provides drug and contraband deterrence and prevention. InterQuest has provided the district with a proposal for the district to consider for future implementation. At this time, I'll be turned over to Scott Edmonds, President of InterQuest Detection Canines, to provide further background and to take any questions from the board. Mr. Edmonds? Yeah, oh, sure. They have a video that we would like to present. Thank you. They're an awesome team.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. My name is Scott Edmonds. I'm with Interquest Detection Canines. This is Cesar Barrera and his canine partner, Repo. That's a pretty good example of what our dogs do and how they behave. We only use non-aggressive hunting breed dogs like the ones you've seen, and Repo, the Labrador and Golden Retrievers, German short-haired pointers. Our program is not a bust program. It's set up and designed to be a deterrent, and that's really the key to our program, is we want it to become a deterrent program and not a bust program. Obviously and unfortunately, we do get a lot of canine alerts each school year, between 2,500 and 3,000, down even into the middle schools. Most of the districts even use us in their middle schools, and we find methamphetamines and things in the middle schools as well. But the idea is that it's a deterrent and helps the kids make good choices, because everything they're going to do in their whole life revolves around making decisions and making choices that can change the direction of their life. When we show up on a campus, the dog will always be on a leash. We'll check in at the office, and an administrator will be accompanied the dog everywhere we go. The searches are random and unannounced, and so when the canine shows up, the administrator will take the dog or the canine team throughout the school, wherever they decide to go. Anything we find is turned over to the school to handle in-house. We don't interview, interrogate, detain. We don't have anything to do with the student themselves. We identify where the alert is, the black backpack or the car or whatever it is, and then the school handles it from there. We do 171 schools now in the Southern California area. We've never had a dog bite a student. A couple of principals, but never a student. We do many of the districts around. You got ABC Unified, I guess, is next to you. We do Artesia High School, Gar High School, all of those schools as well. Our handlers are trained, and all of our dogs are trained in-house by us. We're certified by the California Narcotic Canine Association, which is the same independent group that certifies almost all the law enforcement canines in California. Right now, I'll have Cesar take Repo and show you. I have a hide in a backpack right here, and go ahead, bud. Your typical visit takes about 2 hours, but it's up to the school how long they want the canine team to be there. Oh, go ahead. Okay, that's an alert, and so she's rewarded. She gets rewarded with that toy, like you saw in the videos. Inside is some edibles. And I'll be honest, I cheated. I put this in there this morning so that it would sit for a while and there would be some odor, because I obviously didn't want the dog to miss. But it is pretty typical of a student putting something in their backpack before they leave for school, and 2 or 3 hours later, the canine shows up. It doesn't take much. That's brand new. It's sealed. We just got it at Universal Studios off a kid at grad night. So we want to thank him for that. We do the grad bash at Universal Studios. We have dogs at Universal Studios every night for the grad nights. But as you saw, it doesn't disrupt. If you're not watching, you wouldn't know that the dog had alerted. It takes about 2 to 3 minutes to do your average 25, 30 student classroom. The dog just goes up and down each of the aisles. If they get an alert, and it depends on how your school district does it, whether the kids remain in the classroom or outside, but the student is then taken to a private location where the handler will run down the list of odors to the student that the dog is trained to detect, and then ask the student, can you think of a reason why my dog alerted to your backpack? At that point, we're done, and the school administration would take over and conduct the inspection of the backpack or whatever it is, and then handle all discipline. Any questions? It was so good you want to watch it again.
Board Member Armstrong, any questions?
And so have you canvassed any of our campuses?
No, we've never been to any of your schools.
Okay. I was just wondering because I'm just looking at the timeline. You said a search will last up to like maybe two and a half hours. I was just wondering because our campuses are different sizes. And then, I mean, how would we really use them?
Okay, okay, you're probably mad. Based on your question, I think you're thinking they're gonna go through every classroom. That's not how it works. So normally they'll pop up in the school. The way when I was at Clovis West, we had them in a quest there. We'd be in a cabinet meeting or doing something. All of a sudden, they're here. Okay, who's gonna work with administrator to go to wherever? And sometimes we say just focus strictly on the locker room today, or focus strictly on the parking lot today, or just spend 30. But it's not that you do everything. The main thing is we want people to know that the dog is here, and it's gonna come randomly, and that's the prevention part. So that way, no one risks anything. So we won't be going through. The only times we've gone through everything was when we go to grad night or there's some function and we want to check every student. But just in a regular site visit, it'll be just the time specific and when we want it. So is that?
Well, what most schools do is they'll say we're going to do odd numbered classrooms today, or even numbered, or second story, first story. When I say 2 hours to 2.5 hours, that's your maximum time. You don't need to use all of that time. If we finish in an hour at one of your schools, we'll just go to another school within your district. But it's very, very flexible in how it works. But you want it to remain, and as he said, the idea is, especially nowadays with cell phones and communication devices, the minute we're on campus, K9 gets texted to every kid on that school. And while maybe we don't get as many kids with drugs, that's because they're going to the bathroom, they're flushing it, they're throwing it on the roof, they're getting rid of it. And really, that's what you want. We don't want to bust kids. What we want is to get the dope off of the campuses. And that's really the foundation of our company, is to just not have drugs or contraband on your school campuses.
And Ms. Armstrong, if I can add, and one of the other items tonight will be our board policy. And should we consider implementing this safety measure in the future, it would require the update of our board policy. That will then allow us the opportunity to bring our administration together, along with Mr. Edmonds, in preparation for use of this safety measure, and ensuring that we have consistency in our practices. So if they visit at Bellflower, the search will look the same in regards to at Mayfair. And we want that consistency, and making sure that as an administrative team, we all go through the process. And having deployed this at another district, we made sure that we were all consistent and making sure we work together. And Mr. Edmond was very instrumental in helping us ensure that we have a consistent practice that was aligned to our board policy. So that's just a further background for the board's awareness.
And do they ever go to elementary schools?
Yes, we do, but not for searches, or we call them inspections. We do it for like Red Ribbon Week and demonstrations, so the kids get used to special things, so they can pet the dogs, see that the dogs are very, very friendly. We will hide something, and then we'll let a student, like a 5th grader or 4th grader, actually hold the dog's leash and find something, and then they get to reward the dog and play with the dog.
Okay. One last question. So depending on where this goes, if there's will we be able to like call them and say, hey, we are having a high incidence of, finding contraband? Would you call them, even if they may come randomly?
So in that case, Mrs. Armstrong, yes, there are random visits, but in working with them in the past, if there is a need for a visit, Mr. Edmonds and his team usually is very responsive to districts and be able to support us in those types of scenarios.
We'll have a dog at one of your schools within an hour. If you called because maybe you had a threat of a gun on campus or something, you could call and we'll have a team here within an hour.
Yeah. Well, but in those scenarios, we would work with local law enforcement immediately too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. No, you
but-
do.
An
You
hour
do,
is
but
a
I'll-
long time.
Right, but if you had some type of threat, obviously, yes, you call law enforcement first. But a lot of times, the school district will have us come out and just walk up and down the sidewalk out front, so parents see it and know that you're trying to do everything you can do. But we have a response time of about an hour.
Okay, well, I'll leave other questions for my colleagues.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart?
Yeah, mine is kind of a piggyback off of that question. I was just wondering, is twice a month normal, or do other districts use it more often? Because I'm kind of surprised that it's not more, I'm going to be honest.
It varies district to district. Some districts, well, we have some that are once a week. And then most common is 2 to 3.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield?
How successful have the canines been at detecting gunpowder, or have you had the experience of finding weapons as well with them?
Very, very good. I mean, we don't know if we're missing because we miss, so we don't have any idea of a failure rate, I guess you would say. But we probably get, the statistics for 2023 this school year I'm not done with yet, but 2022, I believe we had 16 gunpowder alerts, if I recall. But you got to remember, it's not just firearms. It can be a firework. It can be, anything that has any of the 3 types of gunpowder.
Right. And you mentioned that the canine handlers are trained in-house.
Yes.
So they're trained in like conflict de-escalation and.
Correct.
And do you come across that often, like with a student is
In
seeing their bag
schools,
sniffed?
not a lot, but one of our clients is the LA County Juvenile Probation Department, the custodial facilities. So in the custodial facilities, occasionally, yes, and we have to de-escalate until, we're always, like with the school, we're always accompanied by what they call a DPO, a Deputy Probation Officer. But sometimes the kids can be a little belligerent, and so yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. So you're here on your page in the front informational page. It says you've got 20. You would give us 20 searches for Bellflower Middle School and High School for 185. So could you explain that a little bit more? Am I reading this correctly? Because at the top you place 185 per visit.
That's correct.
So the 20 searches comes from exactly where?
What what happens is the district purchases a certain number of visits, let's say 20 visits per school year. You're only billed, and you're billed at the end of each month for visits that are used. So you could say, make a contract for 100, but if you only use 70, you're only getting invoiced for those 70. So at the end of the month, if we've come to Bellflower Unified 5 times, you're going to get billed for 5 visits. Because it really does fluctuate, because at Christmas time, for your winter break, you might say, hey, we only want 2. And then for spring break, you may only want 2. But in May is usually a pretty big month. April, around 420, the weed smoking holiday, they may add for that. So it just depends. It's just kind of a guideline.
And Ms. Garza, just to maybe also provide some more awareness. So in inquiring for services, we looked at the idea of 2 visits per month per school. And so, for example, Bellflower would get 20 searches for the year, and then we want to be able to focus, if we were to move forward with this, starting at the secondary level, and because that's where our data suggested that I believe, if I refer to our data, 50% of our community did support this, and and then beyond that, 21% also supported it just for the secondary. So we have approximately 71% of our community survey supporting this measure, and it was also rated amongst parents and students as #1 rank to be able to use this safety measure. So essentially, we want to be able to provide awareness to our community should we move forward in this direction. And there will be a lot of training and preparation for both our administration and also for community and student awareness prior to implementation.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
And we don't
clarification.
charge you for your continuation school. That's just part of it. That school we don't charge for.
Yes,
Madam
thank you.
President, could I,
Yes.
one thing, it's less of a question, but more of just going forward, I think, with this type, I think it's very important that it is used as a deterrent for students, and we're not just trying to bust additional students and making sure we're looking at our policies when it comes to, you know, because we see it often, making sure that we're aligned and we do that before we move forward on anything else.
And that's why you have the multiple visits, because then the students don't know when the dog's coming. And so if we came once a month, and by about the third month, they've figured it out. If we show up on the 5th of the month, they go, hey, the dog's done. You know, we can bring Dope to school the rest of the way. But if you're coming twice or 3 times a month and you're mixing it up, and even sometimes it's a good idea to do a back-to-back. You hit them on Tuesday, come back on Wednesday, to keep the students off guard. They just to figure out that it's just not worth it. And your stats are going to go up initially because we are going to get students until they figure out, hey, the dog works.
And just to your point also, Mr. Crutchfield, we are also looking at prevention work at our schools, and our counselors and administrations have been working to be able to provide additional supports and interventions should we find students who do have drugs in their possessions. We want to be able to educate, provide interventions, counseling, referrals, and support students because, one, we don't want this on the campus, but two, we also need to hold students accountable, but two, also get them the resources and make them not re-engage in these types of behaviors in the future.
So my next question would be, say we only use, we've got 20, we've only used 10. Do we accredit at the end of the school year?
No, because you
for it?
won't have paid for them.
Okay, so
You're only going to pay at the end of each month. If in September you used 5, you'll get billed for the 5. But then let's say October, for some reason you only use 3. At the end of October, you'll be billed for those 3. The number on the service agreement is really more of a guide for us than you, so that we know when we need to start looking at adding another team. You know, we're getting a certain number of visits. Each handler is assigned 23 clients. If we start getting, the searches are getting a little high, we know to start looking for another dog, training another dog, because it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to train a dog to get it ready for a school search.
thank you. My next question is the training that will happen. Will it be from our staff, training our teachers and principals, or our principals, or will it be from your company?
So if I can help with that. So one of the items is a board policy and also our administrative regulations, which provides us the structure in which we conduct the searches. That's one layer. We also would work with Mr. Edmonds and their team, but to ensure that we are adhering to our policy along with what are the guidelines that we should follow. And also too, we also consult with our legal counsel just to make sure we are conducting searches in an appropriate manner. And our board policy speaks to the scope in which we would conduct a search of a student.
Thank you. And what about the rollout of this program if the board decides to go forward with it? Our students, parents, our community, how are we deciding to let them know that this is going to be something that we're going to be adding on?
So in my past, how we've been able to deploy it is through first a community awareness through, for example, a parent communication blackboard, sharing that the board has taken action and has partnered up with a vendor to be able to provide this support. So it's one, the community awareness. Two, it's also student assemblies, making sure they're aware of this potential safety measure that will be deployed at our schools. And then it's once we want to make sure the community is fully aware, and then we would begin the process. And then also during that time, start training our administrations, because our administrations would be the ones who would be conducting the searches with the handlers. It wouldn't be done by a teacher or anybody else in that nature.
Just to add to that, the effectiveness of this being the idea that this becomes some way of warning people ahead of time, preventative is really has to do with how much of information we put out there. If people don't know about this, they won't respond to it. So the more information we have with parents, students, and staff, the better off we'll be, because we want that to be a deterrent.
And we're happy to come out. We just did it with Pasadena Unified to PTSA meeting and do like we're doing tonight, so that anybody that wants to come can come and ask the same questions or different questions of us, so that everybody's on board. Because the more parents that buy into it, the less phone calls you're going to all get and emails you're going to get. And that's the goal. You know, we want it to run smoothly and implement smoothly. You know, this is my 23rd year doing this, and it runs really smoothly.
Thank you. That was actually my next question. How do you, I know our staff has explained how they are going to roll it out, but how will you roll it out to our?
We
Because that may
don't
not
charge
be-
you for those, like PTSA, or those are on us. Again, because if you're happy, we keep our job, and so we'll do anything that you guys think is best to get the word out to your parents. Like I said, PTSA, as Dr. Avila said, student assemblies, where we come out and put all the kids in the gym, and we go out in the middle of the gym floor and talk to the students a little bit about the program, do a short demonstration like we did tonight, and get them to all get on board.
Thank you. So it seems like we would be very much in coordination with you. From
Absolutely.
What our staff has said.
Dr. Avila and I have worked together for several years, and so we kind of know, I know what he wants done and how he wants it done, and we'll just do, he just shoots me a text, hey, we need to do this, and we get it done.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Staff, questions, comments?
So just to, again, we want to provide the board, the community, awareness of this possible safety measure. There is no action this evening, but rather we want to increase awareness of the board, the community, of potential items that may be coming to a future board meeting for consideration and possible action.
So I guess what I would, since this is a discussion item, almost is leaning towards an action. If I guess I would need to some kind of signal that says, okay, we like this direction. Come back with a proposal, kind of a thing.
Board members, do you mind giving your opinion?
Well, at this time, we're just at the beginning of looking at various measures for our safety plan. So until I get a feel of everything that's coming our way, I would really like to just hold off. I want to bank this. I want to keep this. But as far as I won't be able to make a decision until I see everything, because the reason why is because I don't. Depending on what you present to us, it may be a duplication of services. It may or may not. I don't know. We may be able to handle it another way. But looking at it, I was thinking about the cost, but I'm looking at the cost. I wouldn't even have to really worry about the cost so much. So it's looking good, but I want to see what else you have.
We gave you a heck of a deal.
So thank you.
Oh, of course.
So the main thing is, we're on, just kind of put context, we have one board meeting left, which in July, which we'll bring to, and then August starts and all that. So a part of this was to try to assess whether you saw the survey, you saw what the community wants and all that. But obviously, all the other ones we're going to implement. A lot of the stuff you see on safety is about communication, about processes and trainings and things like that. There's some of those will require contracts. For example, this being one, you're about to hear another presentation or another one. All those are in preparation for the fall. So let's just say if you say, Dr. Drada, we like this concept. Then my next question would be, okay, I'll bring it in the July meeting at a contract to see if that's interested. Why is that timeline important? Because we start the process of planning for assemblies and things like that for August to start. So, but if we stay idle for a while, we might not be able to implement this for a while. So we just kind of keep in context of what we're dealing with here.
Okay, I'm not trying to stay idle. I just want to see what else you're going to present.
Got it.
Yeah, Madam President, if I may, I think how we've been working on the safety measure. I think the entire board is very committed to making sure that we're looking at everything and being decisive. I love everything I heard tonight. I think from this point on, it's going to be really important, hearing the feedback from the community and getting that input. I feel very, very good about it. But again, there might be duplication. There's a number of items that we're going to look at, and it's going to be good to have all that information before we give like the wink, wink, nod, nod. Let's go. But I hear you. It's urgent. We want to make sure we have everything ready for the fall. So I hear you.
So, Board Member Stewart?
I am giving the wink, wink, nod, nod. I think it's a good idea. I think that the community has spoken. 71% of our parents, our community has said that they want this, and I think it's an inexpensive way to start to make a difference. So I think that it should be implemented. Thank you.
I do have one more question. On the level of least, evasive to most evasive, where does this fall? On a scale of least evasive to most evasive actions that the board can take for safety measures, where?
I would say
I'm sorry, intrusive, sorry.
Yeah, intrusive, yeah. I would say, if in a scale of 1 to 10, and in comparing all the different ones, I would say this is around 4 or 5, but then I'm familiar with these dogs, and I know how friendly they are, and I'm not a dog person, but they don't bother me. So, but I just don't know how other parents may feel about this. It's pretty safe. Like you said, you saw the films, non-intrusive. The intrusiveness comes into if we do detect something, how we react, and that goes back to Mr. Crisfield's comments about how do we respond. Because if we're going to increase the level of contacts, positive contacts, we might have to adjust how we deal with, say, drugs and things like that. And gunpowder is going to be a different thing. I don't think anybody's going to argue about we deal with that. But how do we deal with the normalcy of marijuana and all of that? So perhaps even bringing. I don't know if we're discussing that tonight, the policy tonight.
Yes.
But we are. So that to me that is where it can get sticky. But we have some suggestions on how we have to address that concept anyway. Just given where things are with drugs in the county and state, we really do have to talk about how we deal with drugs and this is going to elevate that. So I think we need to look at that policy.
And if I can also add, Dr. Jardy, and then we've been working behind the scenes, trying to bring everything together, and staff and our counselors, our administration, our school sites have been working diligently around our drug prevention supports at our school sites. And we can provide updates in regards to that. That's something we're still finalizing in preparation for the fall, but we can provide more information in a board weekly about what the behind the scenes measures that our schools are going to be deploying to help provide more interventions and prevention measures for our students.
We to answer your question, Dr. Ms. Myra, Ms. Garza, Ms. Garza, if you say I suggested this from the beginning because I wanted it. As sitting here as superintendent, I have no idea who's carrying what on what campus and all that. There's nothing telling us anything like that, but reporting from students. There is no other way of doing that. So the situations we had at Bellflower, I keep reflecting back to that. If those students didn't report anything back, we didn't have any other mechanism of recognizing things. And more important, we don't really have a great deterrent program for our students. If it's just reporting, it's not, so I'm just saying how powerless we are in certain, this gives us something to hang a hat on. Something that could be more uniform throughout without just waiting for somebody to report something or somebody seeing something. This is just, give us consistency. And then the more we educate people about the possibilities of getting caught, the more, and in my experience, the gentleman here is exactly right. After first period, if they come in first period, third period, stuff is going to be all over the trash. And that's okay. That's what we want.
Yes, we agree. So disruptions on campus, though, because, we are of the business of teaching. How do we keep those to a minimum?
Well, it takes about 2.5 to 3 minutes to do your average size classroom. As you saw with the dog that alerted here and in the videos, they don't bark, they don't scratch. So if you're literally not looking, you don't know. We don't interact with the students at all, unless you ask us, like at lunchtime, hey, go walk around and let the kids pet the dog. Not to inspect them or search them, but just so that they can be familiar with the dog, or just ask questions too. Oh, what's your dog? Because we use these Labrador Retrievers and Golden Retrievers, many families have these types of dogs at home, and they say, we get it all the time. Oh, I've got a dog just like that, and could you teach my dog to do that? Because we don't want it to be adversarial at all, and we don't want to interrupt the learning process, at all. Really where it becomes an issue is not the dogs, but as you guys were saying, what you do after, and like you described, having a good counseling program and getting these kids help. Because rarely now are anybody calling, any of our school districts are not calling, most of them are not calling law enforcement. They are handling it in-house with counseling and helping the kids make good decisions. Better choices next time. You don't need to get slammed because you brought a joint to school or you had some edibles, but maybe we can get you on the right path so that you make better choices next time.
Thank you. Board Member Stewart, I thought maybe you know.
No, I was just going to add, President Garza, just the research that I've done in the districts that I have talked to that do use these dogs, they really like it. So that's another reason that I'm in favor of it.
So in my opinion, I love that program, especially because it's not so intrusive. The kids will hopefully feel comfortable. I'm all for it.
I have one more question. Just to be clear, when you walk our campuses, do you have any type of mace or spray or anything?
That's what he wears. That's your typical day. They wear nothing. No handcuffs, no mace, nothing. He wears a belt to hold his pants up.
Flashlight.
Oh, because sometimes we look under seats of cars and things.
Okay, no, that's perfect. I wanted to know that. Thank you so much.
No, because our job is not enforcement.
Thank you.
And it's not,
Okay, I just wanted to know, and like I said, the cost from what I'm seeing is I think is very, very affordable, even if we want to even double this. But I still would want to see a cost analysis to see how we're going to afford this continuously, because this is not going to address every need that we have at the district. That's the only reason why I said, hey, let me see everything you got.
Right.
So,
well, it's cheap because of Dr. Avila, I'll be honest with you. Because I've worked with him previously and everything.
You drive a hard bargain.
I gave him a great
hard
deal.
bargain. Okay, you guys. Draw it up.
Just to move forward, because there'll eventually be other meetings we'll have where we bring some of these items that'll cost money. For example, we're talking about SROs, possibly SRO and things like that. So those things are going to cost money. And so somebody questioned, well, where are you going to find the money and all that? I think one of the things that at the last meeting, you'll notice we talk a lot about the budget and decisions we have to make in the future and all that. As I mentioned prior to when we settled with the union and different things like that, we talked about, as we look forward, identifying things that we're going to discontinue to do. Right now, as we mentioned, we are deficit spending. But I'm comfortable because I know some moves that we can make moving forward. It becomes that, is this important enough versus something else? That we're going to have to make that decision. I think InterQuest, this company is not going to break the bank on this one. Some of the other measures might, but the reason why I'm bringing it towards you is I'm saying that I'm going to ask for a choice. At some point, we're going to have to make some decisions about reducing our expenditures and with a stabilization plan that we're going to give you guys. But Alma month in July is about looking at the finances in preparation for whatever decision we make in the fall and eventually in the spring to afford what we can afford. So, but as we plan financially, this is in keeping with some of the things that we'll be thinking about.
Thank you, Dr. Draudi. Thank you, staff. Any other comments?
Just one more comment, because I know there is an element of urgency, and again, I feel very comfortable with it. But and I know you're doing a lot of work behind the scenes, Dr. Avila. One thing I think I'd feel comfortable is coming back to the board, but with the things in mind of our drug policy and making sure that because you mentioned there is going to be an initial uptick in kids getting busted, and
Right.
it's something that we've talked a lot about. So in tandem with that, I would like to see that happen at the same time before we execute this.
Thank you. Well, thank you,
Of course, yes.
Mr. Edmonds.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for having us tonight.
Dr. Draudi, we are going to thank you for the presentation. It is time for the recognitions. Dr. Draudi?
So at this time, I would like to ask the board to come down in front of the dais while Mrs. Carter assists us in our recognitions this evening.
This evening, the Board of Education would like to recognize those individuals who have provided service to Bellflower Unified School District students in and outside of the classroom. As I call the retiree's name, please come forward to receive a gift of appreciation and stay for a picture with the board. Our staff members who have retired at the end of the 22-23 school year are, if we could please have Miss Linda Arndt come forward. Linda Atkins Arndt has taught 38 years in the Bellflower Unified School District. She began teaching at Ernie Pyle in 1985, followed by Thomas Jefferson, and then the Intensive Learning Center. Linda has taught all grades from kindergarten to 6th. She has been an active member of the Bellflower Teachers Association, where she's been a site representative on the election committee, BTA treasurer, community engagement chair, CTA State Council of Education for 12 years, Southeastern Service Center Council elections co-chair, BTA president for the last 6 years, Southeastern Service Center Council recording secretary, National Education Association representative to Summer Business Meeting for 24 years, CTA NEA member 38 and a half years, and CTA retired member for the rest of her life. She has been a loyal advocate for teachers in our district. Linda plans on spending her retirement traveling, resting, and traveling some more. We thank her for her years of service, and we wish her the very best in her retirement. Thank you, Ms. Atkins. Congratulations. If we could please have Candy Bolin come forward. Candy has served BUSD for 25 years. She was hired in 1994 as a noon duty assistant. In 1997, she became a health assistant at Esther Lindstrom Elementary School and remained there until she retired. She was kind and caring when assisting students in the office. Her dedication, professionalism, and compassion have been an inspiration to the entire Lindstrom community. The impact Candy has made on the well-being of countless students is immeasurable. Thank you, Candy, and congratulations. Thank you for your service. If we could please have Wilhelmina Edwards come forward. Miss Willie, as all of us that know her call her, has served Bellflower Unified for 17 years. She loves her job. She was hired in 2003 as a noon duty assistant at Ramona Elementary. She also served as a food service assistant 2 for our food service department, a clerical assistant 1 at the ILC, and served as clerical assistant 2 at the Bay Center until her retirement. Willie worked hard every day, and you could always see her encouraging the students at Bay ATC and the Adult Reentry Program. She made it a point to learn their names and show them she cared. Miss Willie treated all staff and parents with respect and care. She greeted all who entered the office with a smile and a hello. Miss Willie is a walking blessing to all who had the privilege to meet her. She truly will be missed. Congratulations and thank you for your service. If Kim Judway could please come forward. Ms. Jodway has served Bellflower Unified for 33 years. She started her teaching career in 1989 as an SDC teacher at Ernie Pyle. She then went to Stephen Foster and finally ended her career at Craig Williams as a 4th through 6th grade special day teacher. Ms. Judway is a dedicated teacher who has centered her career around helping students with special needs be successful in their educational journey. She has served on textbook adoption committees, leadership, SARB, behavior committees, and was a home hospital teacher. Her favorite memories are of her former students going back to visit her. She plans to get her kids through college, travel, and get her hobbies under control. Her canny ability to connect with students and staff will be missed. Thank you, Ms. Jodway, for your service to Bellflower Unified and to our students. Can Karen Mishler please come forward? Karen has served Bellflower Unified for 42 years. That's right, absolutely. She was 10 in 1980. She's dedicated many, many years of service to the Bellflower community. She started as an instructional assistant with the before and after school program, then transitioned to the preschool program. She is passionate and skilled in working with our students with special needs. She supported the families, the classrooms, teachers, and her peers. Reliable and dedicated are two qualities that best describe Ms. Missler. You'll be missed, and we thank you for your service and dedication to our students. Well, I'm glad you didn't know. Can Veronica Reynolds please come forward? Ms. Reynolds has served Bellflower Unified for 28 years. She greatly will be missed by her colleagues, especially in the special education department. Having served the district at Bellflower High School for 28 years, Veronica impacted the lives of many students. She enjoyed teaching her middle school students and watching them grow and learn through the program. Although she will be missed at Bellflower, she is enjoying her time with her husband, who is also retired, and her first grandchild, whom she spends a lot of time with. Continue to enjoy that time. It goes fast. And thank you for your service to Bellflower Unified and our students. Can Jill Schroeder please come forward? Jill has served Bellflower Unified for 27 years. She taught at Washington Elementary and had the opportunity to be an integral part of their school community. Her dedication and commitment to her students was evident in their daily interactions and efforts in helping her students reach their full potential. As she looks forward to the new chapter in her life, may she be filled with the knowledge that her students and their families value the lessons learned in her classroom. Washington has missed her dearly. However, they thank her for every moment that you dedicated to the Washington students and they send you their best wishes and happy retirement. Congratulations and thank you. Can Delia Swallow please come forward? Can Deborah Tirio please come forward? It's okay. Come on forward. 31 years of service in Bellflower Unified. Deborah was hired in 1991 as a noon duty aide. She then became an instructional assistant serving students at various sites, including Ramona Elementary, Lindstrom Elementary, and Craig Williams Elementary. She transitioned into special education, instructional assistant for the Department of Special Education, serving at both levels, elementary and high school, for many of our students. Deborah was an asset to the students and staff of the classroom she served. She was described as having the necessary traits to work with special needs students, a positive attitude, patience, and firmness. She assisted meeting students' academic and emotional needs in a kind and caring manner. Thank you for that, and congratulations. If we could please have Delia Swallow come forward. Delia has served Bellflower 41 years. Miss D, as she was dearly called, was hired in 1981. She started as an instructional aide at Ramona Elementary School and later became a special education instructional assistant, serving several sites including the ATC and Washington Elementary, where she retired from. She approached every day with her students with a positive attitude, a smile, and a desire to provide the support that all the students she worked with needed each day. The dedication and care she showed for our students during her 41 years of service will greatly be missed. The Washington staff has valued her as a coworker, so they were saddened to see her go. However, they are confident that she will find the same success and happiness in retirement that she experienced during her time at Washington. The Washington staff thanks you and looks forward to having you come back and visit. And congratulations and thank you for serving our students. Can Harold Tillis please come forward? Harold has served Bellflower for 16 years. He was hired in 2006 as a warehouse worker and delivery driver for BUSD. He later was assigned to the Nutrition Center, which he retired from in January 2023. He spent every day making sure that all of our students had meals. Harold delivered meals to sites in the cold temperatures, heat, and rain, and never complained. He gave his all pushing and lifting cases of foods that our kids could eat. When he was not delivering meals, he was the expert forklift driver. No one could drive a forklift like Harold. Everyone enjoyed talking with Harold. His humor was sure to put a smile on your face, whether he was talking about the Miami Dolphins, his kids, or his wife's spinach artichoke dip. Harold was a friend to everyone and made sure the ladies at the Nutrition Center knew that they had his support in whatever they needed. They thank you, and so do we. Thank you for your service to our Bellflower students. The board would also like to recognize those individuals for 2023 that could not be here this evening. So I will call their names off and let you know how many years of service they have provided so that we can make sure to recognize them. Timothy O'Brien, 27 years. Evelyn Smith, 19 years. Julie Higginbotham, 23 years. Kathleen Martinez Gallegos, 40 years. Betty Guerrero, 27 years. Gina Senna, 25 years. Valerie Starr, 35 years. Janice Dunlop, 36 years. David Dye, 25 years. William Heiser, 21 years. Christine Matson, 17 years. Lynette Kata Kumamoto, 31 years. Kelly Stram, 5 years. Cynthia Boyce, 10 years. Yvonne Lehman, 15 years. Tamara Linkos, 16 years. Martha Cruz, 21 years. Walter Vandenham, 23 years. Teresa Jazz, 25 years. Eileen Jones, 25 years. Karen Pack, 35 years. Our retirees for the 22-23 school year combined have dedicated 799 years of service to our district. The board thanks each and every one of them for their dedication and their efforts in helping us build futures. Congratulations again. And at this time, I'd like to ask all of the family and friends that are here to support our retirees to please stand to be acknowledged. There you go. We thank you for the support you've given our retirees as much as we thank them. It takes a village, and your support is much appreciated. Thank you for that. And thank you, board, for recognizing our retirees. That is the end of our recognitions for this evening. Thank you.
We will now take a short recess at 6:39 p.m. Please feel free, 10 minutes?
10 minutes. 10 minutes is good.
So 6:49,
Yes.
we will reconvene the meeting. Please feel free to help yourself to some cake and refreshments outside. When we return, we will continue with our regular order of business. Welcome back, everyone. We have quite a few presentations to get through. Dr. Dradi, can we move on to our next presentation, please?
Yes. So thank you, Mrs. Garza. The next is the local indicator presentation. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Assistant Superintendent, Mrs. Carter, to help us with the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Dradi. Coming to the podium will be our Director of Academic Accountability, Dr. Reyes. She'll be presenting the local indicators today.
Good evening, President Garza and members of the board. Annually, as part of the California School Dashboard Update, the local indicators are presented in preparation for reporting on the 2023 California Dashboard, which will be released in the fall. Tonight, I will be sharing specific information on our local indicators that will be posted in the fall dashboard release. The California School Dashboard is part of California's accountability system. California requires monitoring and reporting of state and local indicators that measure how districts and schools are meeting the needs of their students. Performance on state measures are collected and reported on the dashboard by the state, and local indicators are collected and reported to the dashboard by districts. The dashboard serves as a required accountability measure, but also as a reflection tool for the district. Information on the dashboard provides an overall view of the components that make up for a positive educational experience for all students. It helps us to focus on what is needed to improve student outcomes and helps us to ensure equity by highlighting any disparities that may exist among student groups. This slide is an overview of the state and local indicators included on the dashboard. The local indicators that I will report on tonight are basic services, implementation of state academic standards, parent engagement, and school climate. The dashboard has taken a few years to return to its intended purpose due to the pandemic. This year, on the 2022 dashboard, state indicators were reported for the first time in 2 years. Because of this gap, the 2022 dashboard only reported status. Normally, the state looks at 2 years of data and compares the current data with the previous year to document change, positive or negative. The amount of change is assigned a color. Red or orange for a decrease, yellow for maintaining, and green and blue for increases. As the state did not have previous year's scores, they were not able to report change. Therefore, for 1 year only, the dashboard did not use colors, but cell phone bars to indicate performance levels, with the single color purple to indicate status only. We were used to the different colors on the dashboard that reported status and change. They were not present this year, but will return for the 2023 dashboard, as we will be able to now report status and change from the previous year. There we go. Here is the plan for the dashboard provided by the state last year. You can see that all indicators were status only in 2022, except for the college and career indicator. This is because the state was revising the indicator to make it more comprehensive and to include work experience, internships, and civics education. For the other indicators, we will have status and change this year because we'll have 2 years of data. And looking to the future, the 2024 dashboard will be the first complete dashboard since the pandemic. Data collected as part of the local indicator process provides us with a rich source of timely information that can be used along with state data to develop and modify goals and actions within the LCAP that seek to address the unique needs of students in BUSD. This is a visual of how data from monitoring metrics and gathering input from educational partners helps to inform the LCAP revision and development process. Feedback from our educational partners via the LCAP survey and meetings provided additional data, and then local indicators will be reported to the dashboard. Our state accountability system includes 8 priority areas required in the LCAP, and they're seen on the left side of this table. The next 2 columns identify which priorities are monitored by the state and which are local indicators that are monitored by the district. The criteria for meeting the local indicators is outlined by the state and shown on this slide. As part of that process, districts are required to report the results of the local indicators, which is being done tonight, in order to receive a rating of MET on the dashboard. As we begin to review the local indicators together, you will see both this year's data and last year's data in order to view comparisons. So for priority 1, the first local indicator, basic conditions. This priority addresses appropriately assigned teachers, access to curriculum-aligned instructional materials, and safe, clean, and functional school facilities. We have met appropriately assigned teachers and textbook certification. The FIT inspection is a facility inspection that occurs annually at all of our school sites. During the inspection, the Facility Inspection Tool, or FIT, which was developed by the Office of Public School Construction, is used to determine if a facility is in good repair. The tool is designed to identify areas of a site that are in need of repair based upon visual inspection of the site and rates different areas as poor, fair, good, or exemplary. Exemplary is 99 to 100%, and good is 90 to 98%. Our first LCAP measured the percent of schools in good repair, as no schools were in exemplary at the beginning. We increased our expectations for school repair, and in the following LCAP, you can see we're now measuring the percent of schools in exemplary repair as well. None of our schools are in poor or fair condition. Priority 2 measures our progress in implementing the state academic standards. To measure implementation, we monitor the implementation of our professional learning communities, or PLCs, at our sites. Our teachers meet as grade levels or departments in PLCs to collaborate on teaching the standards. During these meetings, teachers address the essential skills students will need in order to meet the standard being taught, how they will be assessed, and what to do if students are not meeting the standard or already know the standard. Teachers also reflect on the process after a standard has been covered. This is a continuous cycle of professional collaboration that ensures we are effectively implementing state academic standards. For this indicator, we monitor teachers' responses to the LCAP survey and the outcome of the site PLC implementation survey. On the LCAP survey, 57% of teachers and staff strongly agree that the school curriculum is focused enough that it can be adequately addressed in the time available to teachers. This is an increase from last year and is an area that is continuing to be addressed during PLC time, where teachers work together to not merely go page by page through instructional materials, but take the time to identify essential standards that students must meet to be successful in the next grade level, and pace instruction as a team to ensure students meet the standards. We can see that there is more work to be done in this area, as the information gathered from the site PLC implementation survey shows that 42% of sites report that they are developing in the indicators, which include clarifying what students must learn, turning data into information, monitoring learning, and providing systematic interventions. There is a drop in this metric as sites are calibrating the expectation of what it means to be highly effective in each of these categories. To continue to increase the effectiveness of PLCs, our site leaders have the opportunity to receive additional site-specific PLC training. And all of our principals have met with the Marzano research specialist to review their progress towards implementing highly reliable systems, and the majority of this work is focused on nurturing effective PLCs. Schools can also reach out for additional support from our curriculum specialists in the district office. Let's move on to priority 3. Priority 3 addresses parent and family engagement. There are 3 areas in this priority: building relationships, building partnerships, and seeking input. We'll start with building relationships. So this chart highlights parents who selected strongly agree on the LCAP survey. The slide shows that we've mostly maintained our percentages of parents who agree and strongly agree in the areas of two-way communication, feeling welcome at school, and being treated respectfully. Now, based on your feedback from last year, I have provided you with the full range of responses on the survey for reference, so that you can see that although we have a high percentage of positive feedback, there are also areas where we can improve. A review of the parent comments helps provide us with insight as to why parents may have selected disagree or strongly disagree when answering the survey. So our review of the comments revealed that although most of the parents who wrote comments were very positive and stated our schools were doing an excellent job with communication, we do have a smaller percentage who disagreed. Some example of the comments where parents disagreed are: increase social media and other outlets to inform parents about volunteer opportunities. Use other methods to communicate besides social media, as not everyone uses social media. Provide more opportunities to meet with the principal in open-ended forums such as coffee with the principal. And several parents also expressed a need to update the website, which is currently being addressed via a survey prior to the actual updating of our website. Sites do receive their individual survey results and comments so that they can ensure they are meeting the particular needs of their community. So our sites are currently working on their parent involvement opportunities for the 23-24 school year, and this information ensures that they are responding to what some members of their community are sharing. The following slides for priorities 3 and 6 will follow the same format of sharing with you the comments of individuals that disagree. In the area of building partnerships, the data shows that we have maintained the percentage of parents who agree and strongly agree that they understand how to advocate for their child's success, that teachers meet with families to discuss student progress, and that the school provides information and resources to use at home. An overview of the comments for these statements reflect the high percentages seen in the previous chart and are very positive. However, a review of the comments of parents who disagreed with the statements included that they would like more regular communication about their students' progress, consistency between teachers responding to emails in a timely manner, and more information about student growth when using computerized interventions. As mentioned last week, a more robust data review and reporting process, including educational partners, is being planned for next year, excuse me, which will help provide parents with more opportunities to hear how the school is helping students improve, and principals with their leadership teams are identifying quarterly metrics that will be shared with their educational partners so they can easily see the school's progress towards their goals. For students needing additional support or intervention, we are developing a system to be rolled out next year using ARIES, our student information system, to document supports provided for students and their progress. The intervention screen could also be used to create intervention plans for students requiring additional support with the parents' input, and this would automatically email parents when anything is added to the plan or progress is updated. And the final one for priority 3 is seeking input. So the results show that our percent of parents who agree or strongly agree that the school allows input and welcomes parents' contributions has increased overall. And in addition to the LCAP survey, for this metric, we did use the California Healthy Kids survey that is administered annually to students, parents, and teachers. So the California Healthy Kids survey is an anonymous, confidential survey of school climate and safety, student wellness, and youth resiliency. It is administered to students in grades 5, 7, 9, and 11, and is a companion tool to the California School Staff Survey and the California School Parent Survey. And the metric I mentioned comes from the Parent Survey. A review of the comments of parents that disagreed included a call for more information to be provided when there are changes to school policies so parents have an opportunity to be involved. For principals to hold monthly meetings to address concerns and take suggestions, and for sites to send out information in a timely manner as last-minute details do not allow for parent involvement and input. This is important, again, that each site has their own data so they can ensure that parent input is welcomed at their school. There is a need to provide parents with timely information about the role of the school site council and the role of the English Learner Advisory Committee and how parents can participate. This information can be disseminated on the school website at Back to School Night, during coffee with the principal, as well as on social media. In terms of seeking input, our work with Marzano and high reliability schools is crucial. A high reliability school constantly seeks feedback on school policies and how they are working for students, staff, and parents. Principals are encouraged to collect quick data via surveys, meetings, and just conversations with staff, parents, and students. The idea of quick data in a high reliability school is to see if something is working and to make changes if necessary based on the feedback. Our HRS experts work with our principals on providing and analyzing quick data. Priority 6 looks at school climate and addresses perceptions of school safety and connectedness. This priority is also measured through parents, teachers, and students' responses to the California Healthy Kids Survey. The current results of the survey show that parents report a high percentage of feeling welcome at the school, and our staff reports a high percentage of wanting to continuously improve the school. Students' feeling of connectedness has decreased at the secondary level, and that's an area of focus for us to address. A review of the comments showed that secondary students said they feel connected to school because of their friends, supportive teachers, clubs, and activities. Students who said they do not feel connected to school cited the very same reasons: lack of friends, lack of activities, not liking school, and not feeling connected to staff. The best way we can improve connectedness is by building relationships. We have had widespread SEL training with Coach Rudy this year for counselors, administrators, teachers, and classified staff. And the goal of this training is to provide school staff with classroom strategies to support the social, emotional, and academic growth of all students. The tenets of this training will continue into next year. To further support connectedness, our elementary schools continue to have 2 counselors, and the amount of counselors at the middle and high schools have increased to support our students. Our wellness centers continue to be implemented as an area for students to have a safe space to visit, and both Bellflower and Mayfair have a Dean of Climate and Culture to work specifically on student engagement and connectedness. Priority 6 also looks at perceptions of safety at school. The percentage of parents strongly agreeing or agreeing that the school is a safe place has maintained. The percentage of students at the secondary level has decreased, and we are looking deeper into this data. This measure is reported from 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students in middle and high that completed the Healthy Kids Survey. However, the LCAP survey is administered to all our secondary students and includes an open response area for students to share their perceptions of safety. And as mentioned previously, sites receive their own data to analyze student responses when planning for the upcoming year. A review of the comments about perceptions of safety from those that disagreed that school is safe included reasons such as not feeling comfortable to go to the bathrooms, the behavior of other students, and concerns about weapons on campus. They also provided us with some suggestions for improvement, and this includes more supervision during unstructured time, more security personnel, security in areas near the bathrooms, more safety meetings with parents, and ensuring that all gates are locked when school is in session. As you know, we're working hard to address all of these concerns, and the district safety meeting in May had representatives from every school, and the results of the safety survey have been analyzed, and that came from all educational partners. Solutions have been discussed and shortlisted, and as you know, you're listening to information tonight and at future board meetings about solutions for safety. Priority 7. State Priority 7 is measured locally through analysis of a broad course of study for students. The data shows how we measure our progress to the extent in which students have access to and are enrolled in a broad course of study, which includes the adopted courses for grades 1 through 6 and grades 7 through 12. This graph shows you the enrollment of different groups of students in the district and also their enrollment in various programs. All students have access to a broad course of study. However, reviewing the enrollment data helps to identify potential barriers for some student groups to access classes that will help them graduate prepared. Specifically, we are looking at 7th through 12th grade enrollment in advanced and enrichment courses, CTE, and the fine arts. For example, we can see from the graph that our English learners make up approximately 13% of 7th through 12th grade students in the district. And of the 13%, 25% are enrolled in CTE and 26% are enrolled in the fine arts. We can also see the enrollment in advanced classes. Part of the reason we may see low enrollment or representation in advanced math and ELA for English learner in 7 through 12 is that some of these students are newcomers and joining us in middle and high school with limited English. They must work on developing their English proficiency as well as rigorous high school classes. To remove this barrier, we are putting additional supports in place for our newest English learners and their families, including a more robust welcome packet that provides resources, assistance from peers who speak the same native language, and survival English that can be used immediately. We will be sharing this information and increasing our site's capacities in identifying the very particular needs of newcomers. School sites also have the opportunity to reach out to district curriculum specialists who provide classroom coaching in using language objectives and language supports. Our summer programs are currently in full implementation and can increase access for all students. Summer Academy offers learning acceleration in ELA, ELD, and math for elementary and middle school students. Summer School offers original credit and credit recovery options, and ESY, or Extended School Year, provides continuing instruction for our students in mild to moderate and moderate to severe classes. Another barrier that was identified was the limited amount of classes during the school day. Our high schools are addressing this by implementing a block schedule with additional time that allows for ELs to participate in an elective as well as required core classes, including ELD. The new schedule also allows for additional credit recovery options to help support with making up courses, which opens students' schedule for other course opportunities. Analysis of Priority 7, measuring progress of students having access to a broad course of study, also includes a review of the 4-year cohort graduation rate, including taking classes that allow students to graduate UC or CSU ready. We saw an overall increase from 2021 to 21-22 of students meeting the UC CSU requirements. In order to maintain confidentiality, you will notice that no data is represented for students in foster care for 21-22, as the enrollment numbers were too low to report data without compromising individual outcomes. To help support increase in this area, counselors have been trained during this year in the California Colleges Guidance Initiative, or CCGI, which is the platform that helps students learn about college career opportunities and helps them to start their college and career journey in 7th grade. Some activities students may complete in CCGI next year include interest profilers for careers, academic efficacy and setting goals, planning for high school, developing college knowledge, financial aid literacy, and planning for college. Students have access to a planner in the platform, which helps to highlight the A through G classes they have taken so they can track their journey towards college early. CCGI also has a very robust application process with Cal State that makes it seamless for students to submit their applications. Counselors are ready to launch this platform when we return to school. When the dashboard opens in the fall, the local indicators will be uploaded and reported to the dashboard as met. The tentative release date of the new 2023 dashboard with both state and local indicators is November 2023. Thank you for listening. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Deidre Reyes. Board Member Armstrong?
Thank you. Okay. I'll be glad when we can compare the growth for next year. So, coming out of this pandemic. And so most of my questions were answered. So we just got the local data. And
That's
so in
right.
November, we'll get both, so that we'll know how we are comparing to other schools.
Yes, the dashboard is the complete picture. So you saw those 8 state priorities. So this is what we're reporting, and when the dashboard comes out, you'll have state and local.
Yeah,
So it's
that's what
all in
I'm-
there.
Yeah, that's what
It's the
I
complete picture.
want to really know. So the only thing that I wanted to know is there a, when it came around to the surveys, about how many students or no parents took this survey?
The LCAP survey.
I was one of them.
Yeah, the LCAP survey, we had 781 parents this year, and the Healthy Kids survey, we had 852.
Wow.
And I just want to mention that this year's LCAP survey, we've been doing it since 2016, was our highest response rate. We have been going up every year, but this one was our highest with all our stakeholders. So we're getting more responses every year.
That's great. It'd be great for us to implement something that would encourage even more families to participate. So thank you for that. There was a measure. It was later. Let me get to it. The broad course of study. You know, I love looking at the data, but it was something that I didn't see, and maybe it's too detailed when it came around to like the percentage of the kids with IEPs. Is there a measure or a tool that breaks that down into the whether they're white, Hispanic, or African American?
In particularly in special education?
Yes.
Yes, we can. It's not on here, but yes, you can get that detailed with the information.
Okay, that would be interesting to see also.
Okay, I can get you that information.
Okay, that would be. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll just add, so that way you can feel confident in that. Remember, this is finalizing this is I guess the second to last year of this current LCAP. When we start developing the next 3-year LCAP, the local indicators and a lot of the data will be broken down more discreetly into those ethnic groups, gender, and different things. So the community is going to see a lot more of that. So that's the game plan moving forward. But right now we have to finish what we started off with and finalize this and then move on to the next things.
Perfect. I think this is my last question. I noticed that we did the odd grades, 7, 9, and 11. Are we ever going to do the even grades?
For the California Healthy Kids survey, that is our survey that we use from the state, and they are the grade levels that they select for it.
Okay.
So
And that doesn't change?
it hasn't up until now, and I don't think there's any plan to change that.
Just wondering. Just wondering. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for the report.
Thank you, Ms. Renita.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart?
No, my questions were answered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Board Member Critchfield?
No questions, but thank you for the presentation. Yeah, you have a lovely voice for presentations. It carries it along. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one question. On Priority 7, access to broad courses study, I'm looking at English learners, and I'm really worried about these percentages. Not just with the English learners, specifically within the math, band, but I'm wondering about English learners within the dual immersion program, because we do have students who are in those programs. Do we have any data as to how they're doing? Because they're supposed to be in a program where they become fully bilingual within 6 to 7 years. But now they're getting into they're in the 8th, 9th grade now, something like that. So are we able to segregate that data to arrive at how our students in those programs are doing with acquiring biliteracy?
We are able to break that down, and we'll be presenting a dual immersion presentation in the future, and we've got LPAC scores for students because we do have English learners in our dual immersion. And it's actually part of, as you probably well know, the seal of biliteracy, that if you are an English learner at that point, you still are taking LPAC. So we can tease that out. The positive is that an analysis of the dual immersion program so far using previous scores, the dual immersion program is doing better than the traditional program on LPAC and SPAC.
Thank you. That makes me
Yeah, just
very hopeful.
for your knowledge, the team has been working hard with the teachers to do dual immersion programs and Mrs. Carter's office. So there is going to be actually a study session just on immersion only with some ideas that we have. So
That's great to hear. Thank you. I'll reserve my other questions for later. Thank you so much. No more questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Staff, any questions, comments? No? Thank you. Our next presentation, please.
yes, so the next presentation is NASDAQ, the security guard for this is as we mentioned when we did the safety surveys and all that. We incorporated a concept of having armed security in the exteriors of our schools, and so I'll have Dr. So we've been investigating the situation and looking at different. We even visited a school that incorporates this. So Dr. Avila is going to take us through that and introduce the members of NASDAQ, and they'll explain, and then we'll leave it up to questions for you.
Thank you, Dr. Girardi. And just to provide awareness, again, for data, and according to our district survey, just as a recap, we had 4,115 responses. 2,000 of them come from parents, 600 from students, and 800 from staff. And in this particular area, and when we asked them about the concept of providing armed security at our school sites to monitor the perimeter, we had 40% of our community support and endorse this protocol in the elementary and secondary schools, and 8% support and endorse this protocol at the secondary, and 20% are neutral. And so the data does suggest that there is openness to be able to bring this safety measure to the district. And just for transparency, we did have 15% of the respondents who indicated they did not support this, but a broad majority of it did support this safety measure. And as part of this, trying to dig deeper, and we did have an opportunity to visit a school district who is using this particular agency to provide armed security at their schools. And so we're going to turn it over now to NASTEC, who is a global leader in providing comprehensive security solutions. And we have staff here from NASTEC who will be providing the board with a presentation and to be able to take any questions regarding this particular safety measure that the district is doing further research on.
Good evening, Madam President and distinguished board members. I'm Karen Shakroff, and this is my colleague Rick. We are both vice presidents of NASTEC. Can you hear me okay? My voice is not nearly as charming as hers, as I do have a little bit of a New York twang, so I apologize for that in advance. I wanted to begin this presentation with some really challenging information. I don't believe it's a surprise to any of you to know that there have been 202 mass shootings since 2023 began. That means there are more mass shootings than there are actual days so far this year. That number is overwhelming. What's equally as overwhelming to me, and I know to all of you, is 24 of those shootings have been in schools. That's 3 per month in the 6 months that we have had 2023. 3 per month. Unacceptable, overwhelming, terrifying, and not solvable without taking tangible steps to do as much as possible to prevent as much as we can from the carnage happening at the schools that we care about and all the schools throughout the United States and worldwide. It's a horrific commentary on the society. So what do? At NASTEC, we are an org that really believes in evolving. These issues may not have been prevalent 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, but the reality is that they are here today, and as an organization that provides security services and support, we need to really address the challenges that exist and come up with creative, innovative, amazing, critical solutions to further protect our most precious gifts. And those are our children and our teachers and our educators and the administration and everybody who walked through these halls tonight and received these wonderful awards for service, they should feel safe. And so what NASTEC has done is we develop a whole systematic approach for all of our security solutions. NASTEC has been in business for over 25 years. So we're not a fly-by-night. We've not just come up because we had nothing else to do. We've been doing this for many, many years. We are a global organization. We partner with businesses, with municipalities, and with school districts. We are a woman-owned company, and we provide true solutions that are customized and that really answer the challenges and the opportunities that we are afforded as we partner with our clients. The services that we offer are school security services, commercial security services, both armed and unarmed, investigative services, patrol services, as well as government and military. We have done programs that took care of the Pope. We have done programs that go into a variety of countries. We have done airport security. We do a lot of things in the schools. We work currently with over 15 schools. So we're really immersed in a variety of needs and answering those needs. Of late, we have recently launched a pilot program in the city of Beverly Hills dealing with the unhoused population. Because it's become a larger issue that they want us to manage with incredible training, humanity, and compassion. We're there to really support the services that the city offers and to help guide the individuals that are unfortunately unhoused and dealing with their situations and providing support after our services. Additionally, we partner with the cities and offer support to the police departments directly. As you know, there are many police and sheriff shortages these days. The amount of need is far greater than the recruiting and the retention. So many, including Sheriff Luna, is out really talking about 40 unique calls that he puts forth now that he's trying to get unarmed security support so that the police don't have to go and answer those calls. So it is really the movement of the way in which police and security work in tandem in order to really answer the needs of the communities when the police cannot or should not. In the school districts, we're really proud of the work that we do with schools. It's something that we've evolved over time. And Rick, you can jump in. I don't have to be the one talking all the time. But in the school districts, guys, what we really have evolved over time is really finding the way in which to create the balance, right? It's really important that we're the best in practice in physical security, that our officers are very well trained. Training is critical, and we're going to speak to that specifically. But that they really need to understand how to handle any situation that arises and how to really manage it, because you're dealing in very vulnerable situations, and so the training becomes very important. Crown-based intelligent control centers are a way in which some of you were able to see when you did the tour of the facility, but it really is a way in which to centralize information and disperse it quickly, effectively, and pretty seamlessly, and rather impressively. We have real-time monitoring that it affords our team in the field to know what's happening in any particular area where there's cameras, and we're able to really, I think, manage that very, very well. And then rapid response. Again, time is everything. So you don't have an hour, you don't have 50 minutes, you don't have 40 minutes, you got seconds. And literally you have seconds. And so our team is really agile and able to manage response within seconds. Rick, do you want to talk about this slide?
Sure, absolutely. So we partner with local law enforcement. We build a partnership with them so we could work with them together. You know, we know that you'll have SROs at the schools, but you won't have a SRO at every school, right? So how do we incorporate that with our staff and work with them and provide the information they need? So to the point where some agencies provide us with the radio so we can communicate them directly, and they could get first knowledge of what's going on, what's the situation, and so on and so forth. And that's a big key of what we've seen at the school districts, because that helps us and enables us to work closely with the police department, and we partner with them. And we consider it a partnership with them, and that's how we focus our security. It's all about partnership and how we work together and how we become safe when there's a situation that we have to deal with.
And we're not the only ones who consider it a partnership. They consider it a partnership. And so in the beginning, the concept of utilizing private security in conjunction and to support the needs of the schools and the police, it was an issue, it was a hurdle. And so we were able to really crawl over that hurdle, leap over that hurdle, and now really work hand in hand I think with great success and full acceptance. And we lean into one another, and they know we're there to support them, not to take away any jobs, not to trouble the unions. We have systems that we've deployed that are really effective. So it becomes truly a beautiful partnership and an alliance that works, in our opinion, and in theirs very, very well. I'm going to throw this to Rick because this is really important, how we really manage our teams, and as the VP.
Yeah. So the majority of the security officers that we hire come from a military background or law enforcement background, and that enables us to have a team out there that understands what to look for in security situations. On top of that, we always hire a diverse team, and we want to make sure that the people we're hiring are going to stay long term with us. We have employees that worked for us for over 30 years and have retired from our company as well, and that goes with the kind of background check we do with them and making sure that we're hiring the right personnel for the school district that we have.
What becomes really important that I want to point out is we're not the least expensive game in town. We're not the rent-a-cops that you see at the mall. The teams that we deployed are properly paid. They come from the communities that we serve. They are also individuals that we feel very strongly about because of their backgrounds and their history of law enforcement and military. So they're better equipped and prepared to take care of the students, the administration. The issues that we have are well cared for by the individuals. Additionally, the fact that they stay as long as they stay speaks very well for our clients because there's not a rapid turnover. So when you're in a school situation and you have parents dropping their kids off or children seeing the same faces day after day, they get a sense of security. Everybody knows who everybody else is, and so there is a familiarity that is very supportive, both in terms of how the young people view what we do and when our teams understand that something's amiss. If there's a car they don't recognize, if there's a student that looks a little off that day, if there are things, these are individuals that are trained for this. And so when they see the same people over and over and something looks wrong, they can actually do something about it because they are well-trained and aware. So I think that's a really wonderful attribute of the NASTEC team. Okay, so our level, you're going to talk to the individual, but our level of training is superior. It is consistent. It is above what the recommendations are. The teams are constantly trained. We have a system called the Milo system, which some of you were able to see on Monday, which we actually bring out so that anybody can be trained on it. And it's a simulation so that you really are able to have a variety of scenarios that you're training on, and they're constantly adding to it. It's a very, it's a newer system. Again, simulations aren't new, but this particular one is a newer system that many of the police forces use as well for their trainings. Additionally, Rick is going to speak to specifics, but our teams go for trainings often and consistently, and they are so well trained because, again, the absence of proper training could lead to challenges that we are fortunate that don't happen. So you want to speak to the specifics?
Yeah, absolutely. So the regular security officer goes through what's called the BSIS training, which is required by the state of California. That's every security officer in the state has to have that, what they call a guard card and a firearms permit if they're wearing a firearm. On top of that, what we do is we send them through what's called SB 1626 training, which is a standard training for security officers that work at K through 12 schools, and that's part of the training that they undergo before they even assign to any school that they work for. And that's part of the SB 39 training also is part of that as well. And that just gives them guidance of how to deal with kids and what the do's and don'ts and how to deal with parents and so on and so forth, and gives them a good broad training on what they need to do in a school setting. On top of that, we make sure that they're trained with CPR, first aid, and then we also do active shooter, because that's the main focus, is making sure that they're training in active shooter. And like Karen was saying, Milo simulator, and we do that at the schools, and we want to make sure that they're always training and they're always dealing with situations where they could de-escalate situations. It's not always running in, but how can we be observe and report and make sure that they could de-escalate things before they get into that point. And then we do rigorous firearms training where we take them out there. We want to make sure they're proficient on their shooting and making sure that they're equipped with the right firearm and they know how to use their firearm. We're not just putting them out there with the regular PSIS training that they receive. It's just an 8-hour course that they go. We go above that. We take them out to the shooting range. We make sure that they're going through scenarios. We want to make sure that they're getting that extra training that a lot of companies don't give to their security officers.
And supervision and management. So you will have a dedicated account manager that will be here overseeing what's happening on your 15 schools all the time. We will perform key KPIs, which are our key performance indicators, which we actually get from you. You set the barometer. What are your expectations? Isn't it a wonderful thing to know what our clients expect so that we can perform not only to them, but above them? We submit reports to the supervisor daily. So the team on the ground will daily report to their supervisor. We conduct meetings to discuss and review the activities weekly. And so there'll be team meetings amongst the teams that's deployed here. So each week there'll be discussions that what worked well, what didn't, challenges, opportunities, what can we improve. So we're really about self-analysis and improvement. And then again, we as the leadership review the security officers, the activity, and client satisfaction every month. So we have daily, weekly, and monthly activities to make sure that you are being well cared for and that we're hitting your KPIs and exceeding them. And when we see something, we change it. And when we're doing great at something, we award our teams, because I think that that's important as well. Do you want to add anything to that?
No.
Okay, so everybody stands here and they can say whatever they want to say and they can sound nice and articulate and communicate well. What I want you to understand is that our promise to you goes beyond anything that we've said here. Our promise to you comes from the core of who we are organizationally and as human beings. We genuinely care deeply about what we're doing and about you, not only as a client, but as human beings who entrust us to take care of your most precious presence, and that's your children, and that's your staff, and that's the administration. And so our promise to you is to make sure that each one of them that walk through the halls of your schools feel a little bit safer, feel a lot more secure, feel that you as a board are doing everything humanly possible to ensure when they come to school every day, they don't have to worry about if they'll go home. And our promise to you is to excel at everything we claim beyond, so that this will be, if you decide to work with us, the best decision that you have made. And that is our promise to you. Does anyone have any questions for us?
Can you maybe speak to, I know we asked a lot of questions when we visited, but the interactions with issues on campus and where are you stationed and when do you actually go in campus if you need to?
Sure.
Just kind of go through the whole.
Absolutely. So for the school district that you guys visited, you guys saw our operation. We're mostly on the exterior of the facilities, right? We're doing all your egress and ingress of personnel that are coming onto the campus. So what does that mean is we want to have one point of entry, one point of exit. We're screening everybody that's coming in. We're screening everybody that's going out. We also do the visitor check-ins. We showed you guys how that works, and you get a pass for visitors that come in. Students are also scanned at schools so that we know who's on campus, and then we scat them out if they're gonna leave early, and then we control all that. And that shows a presence, and that's the deterrent that we're presenting at the school district. On top of that, we also have a command center where we have officers in, where they're viewing the cameras, and that's how we monitor the whole campuses, all the campuses in that school district, and making sure if there's any issues or if we have to go into a lockdown, or that we're monitoring police radios and making sure that if there's something going on in the vicinity and they know that there's a potential threat, we're locking down the schools and making sure that we're able to keep the kids safe.
Inside.
Yeah, so we're only outside, right? We're only dealing with our kids. We're not dealing with the kids. We're only dealing with the exterior, and that's our main focus. In the event that there's an active shooter, we will engage. We'll go in there and we'll try to neutralize the threat because, like Karen said, seconds count, and we have to make sure that, casualties are not too many at that point. But our main focus is the exterior and showing that deterrent and showing that security measure. And when people see us, they'll see that there's security there, and hopefully there won't be any issues.
So again, guys, it all comes down to what the KPIs are and what the objectives are. So we were given a directive in the school district that we're currently in and in all of the schools that we're in. They give us specifics. What do they want? What services do they want us to perform? That would become really a discussion that you all have to issue the path at which you would want security done at the schools. But to Rick's point, in where we are right now, it's only the external.
President Garza, I'm wondering if we could hear from our colleagues that actually went to that campus and kind of get their feel before we ask our questions.
Yes, Board Member Critchfield and Board Member Armstrong, you were the ones that accompanied. Okay.
Sure. First of all, the traffic was terrible, but thank you, Dr. Avila, for driving. Really glad we went. Very impressed with the operation up there. One thing I was really impressed with was the command center. I thought that was very robust in features, something that I could see as definitely a huge value. We kind of walked through the entire process, their check-in system, how they monitor more the perimeter. That's one thing that stood out to me, that it's not so much student facing, which was one of my concerns, I guess, and I think a lot of the community concerns is we're gonna be more student facing, but this is more outward facing, protecting the students. But the command center, they had like a big room with all the monitors, and that's actually one of my questions, if I could jump into that too. I know it's in the presentation packet of the command center operator. Would like the command center itself, that would be like a side thing that you would work with the district in implementing that aspect of what I saw?
Yeah, so when we started at Beverly Hills Unified School District, that command center did not exist, but that's the vision that we had, and that's where we wanted to go with, and that enabled us to secure all the schools by one operator and have multiple views and able to communicate with the police department as well, and that's a big plus.
Right. And another thing that I learned when I was there is the non-lethal measures as well, and they do jujitsu, so that was a plus. I asked that pretty quick. Yeah. But overall, I mean, it was a good experience. We probably spent a couple hours there. Took a tour of the campus and spent a lot of time in the command center and just talking to their staff. They were all very friendly. They shared a couple stories of, and this is, one of the things I would say is, if you do have like a security that's at one of the campuses that maybe isn't compatible with that campus, you had mentioned that you're very responsive to that. So say if you got like a a-hole and you're like, hey, we don't want that guy there, like you'll be responsive to that request. Is that?
Absolutely.
And I don't know that that was a phrase that Dr. Brege used
I think it was
when
actually.
discussing it. However, the reality is it's like a great pair of shoes. You've got to find the right fit, right? They could look beautiful on the outside, but if they're not comfortable, they're not comfortable. And so for us, it's really important that each school is armed with the right personnel. And sometimes it takes a minute to figure that out. So Dr. Brege from Beverly Hills, the superintendent, was saying that what was so interesting for him is that there might be, or it might have been Mark who said that, there there might be somebody at a high school who is less cordial and jovial than in the elementary schools, because you want the students to feel certain things, and so that's our core objective. And so whilst we are growing a team out, we encourage your support and your feedback if something isn't working well for you, if the parents don't like something, or the students, or you're interacting in a way that again, it's not, our goal is to get you the best fit so that you're walking in very comfortable shoes.
One more question, if I can. I know you said you pull from the communities you serve, and it's really important. But given, I think, 65% of our student population is Hispanic, and many of them are multilingual, do you have a big enough pool to pull from
Yes.
to have
Yes.
a bilingual?
Yes.
And then also, I noticed on here it's you have on a few of the options 20 officers. Have you done any like lay of the land at the site, so you kind of have an idea? So that's a pretty accurate number of what you would
Yes.
be recommending.
Yes.
So if I can add to that
Go ahead.
question, so they NASTEC did have an opportunity to visit two of our campuses, Mayfair High School and Bellflower High School.
Okay.
And so, but however, what I appreciate about is they can customize what our district needs are, and so they provide a proposal with options for the district to consider, and so one option would be the idea of two securities. Officers at each school. We can tailor back to one per school. We can do a variety of different options. And so right now the idea was to provide the district with proposals of different options we can consider, and then we can either scale up or scale back based off our interest and based off our needs. And ultimately, as Dr. Dry indicated earlier, is just our fiscal ability to prioritize different things. So we wanted to give the opportunity for the board and community to have some awareness and to ask any questions to help give us some direction on this area.
Hello and welcome, and thank you for coming out. So I was fortunate to join the district staff to visit, and I did like what I seen. I really liked what I seen. I was actually too excited. And I can remember Brad asking, how much does it cost? I'm like, well, if it's safety, I don't care how much it costs. But in reality, the cost is gonna matter. So with that, okay, you saw earlier we had the sniffing dogs. Do you guys provide that service at all?
Not currently. We don't provide that service.
Okay, which is good. Remember, I said I just wanted to see these things. Because I didn't ask that. I didn't see any dogs. So, now, the reason why we came here, I'm sure they've told you, of the incidents we had with guns. And it shook a lot of us to the core. And with what you have presented and what I've seen, I do think that it could limit what can get on our campus. I don't know. I just want to be clear. We're not trying to replace our security on campus. We're not trying to replace the sheriff. This is going to be a partnership. And if something was to unfortunately happen here in our town, the sheriff is still going to be the lead. They will be the one who will be there, I guess, like immediately.
Right.
And until the sheriffs come, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. My only thing is I would like to see on paper. I'm not trying to work y'all. Work you all too much. I have to correct the y'all. I'd like to see how we can afford this within the next 3 years. Because I'm telling you, we're going to need this, and with the way the world is going, we're going to forever need this. I wish I didn't believe we will forever need you. But if something doesn't happen with, like our mental health in this world, we're going to need you forever. So I'd like for the staff to please see how we can afford this.
And that is
It's what I wanted, but we need to see what we can afford.
no, that's a very fair ask, and I think knowing this, I also knew this. The InterQuest is one different thing, but we also know the cost of this is different from InterQuest. So I also understand that you will want to see like a multi-year projection of what this will be is a part of our stabilization plan. So for example, for tonight, if you're saying, Ben, investigate this, but come back with a stabilization plan that'll be the game plan moving forward. To try to showcase to you guys, okay, if we do this is what that will mean for us, and with the changes that we have to make. So that will be a part of the game plan.
Okay, because that right there is the deciding factor, because our enrollment is down, our funds are decreasing, we're overstaffed. It's a lot of stuff going on. So I know you have your hands full. So I don't want to beat that too much, but I need.
It's not a hardship. This is a part of the calculation. So don't think it was a hardship for us.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield and Armstrong. Board Member Stewart?
Yeah, I definitely think that this is a good thing for our high schools. I think I'd want to see more data on our elementary schools on how much of a threat there is, like how often have guns been brought on our campuses at elementary schools and things like that, because I'm not sure 2 guards per elementary school. I think I need a little bit more information on that aspect of it, but I definitely support this for our middle schools and our high schools.
Yeah, there won't at the elementaries. That makes sense. Like I said, we don't necessarily have to have 2 per one. We do 1. I think I would even say, if you was to ask me, I would rather have these in the elementaries even more than the high school, mainly because they're more open to people in there. We have homeless coming in there. We have people coming. It's just when I go there. So when I walk in, I'm always, oh God, man, somebody could come in here. Who's going to intervene or that? So to me, I would even say that I would rather have this more for the elementary even more than the secondary. Because I think secondary, you have adults there and you have teenagers and, so.
If I could add, I think that's my big takeaway was that it's outward facing. So it's not so much, other measures will be more preventative for, guns on campus and the students, but this is more to protect our campuses from anybody from the outside coming in. And the amount of soft targets at an elementary school it's probably just as, if not more important for those.
We're there, like when somebody jumps a fence, like we're there, we see it, we respond. When somebody is hiding stuff at any level under the fence or on the school property and then entering, we see that, we say something. So there's a whole plethora of vulnerabilities at every age, unfortunately. These things, I think, help deter.
Right, and I totally get that. I would just love to see some data on how often that has happened. Maybe, I don't know. I know I see now some incident reports and stuff like that, but I know homeless people and things like that are a problem. How often is this happening? I think I just would feel more comfortable having that information.
If I may. Yeah, so again, I'm kind of like looking for, I'm very supportive of this. I think safety, to take the words of my colleague Armstrong, can't put a price on it, but I do also agree with her that this is something that we're going to have to look very carefully at with the stabilization plan. But it has to be one of our very top priority. But I am looking for like duplication and things. So I know the command center, there'd be an additional cost to that. So it's kind of like we have like command center operator, but without a command center, you probably don't need that person, right? So there's like there's an implied cost to that up front. So if we could add that in. And also the check-in system, we're also looking at other check-in systems, right? So you kind of have your own system, so you probably have a really good idea on what that would look like or what you're already trained on. So I'm sure it'd be a very collaborative approach, right?
And we would work with the school district, whatever system you have,
Right.
familiar with it. So,
So that's something I hope that, like, when we kind of really dig into the numbers and see what we can afford for our district, that we're adding those elements to, so we don't kind of look somewhere else for a piece that may be already kind of in there somewhere, right? Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add one more thing, because I think the IDs are really important. And I think Mr. Diaz was showing me, he had like a special mark on his ID that says he could be on campus after school, because we have children that are in sports, and the community is concerned about who's on campus, you know, after school. And our campus at one of the schools is open to the public at certain times. And it's something that we can't control. But as far as, you know, knowing what kid is on campus after school hours is important too, should anything unfortunate occur. So, I don't know, that was about.
Thank you. I do have several questions. Excuse me. My first one, I think Board Member Critchfield read my mind about the kind of like the hidden costs that we would have to incur as we go forward with a system like this. I also was thinking about the command center, how much extra that would be. But also with the, I guess it would be lanyards for students. Is that something that we need to provide as a district, or something that you provide? Is it something that is specifically chipped to, you know, that would require maybe a machine that we would have to purchase? Like, how does that all work with all those options?
So the system would have to be purchased through the district, and we would implement whatever system you have. So all that cost would fall on the district. We would just enforce what method you guys are using.
So we could certainly partner with you
Yeah.
in terms of what kind of systems are available. We clearly have insights, and we're happy to assist in that realm, but ultimately it would be your decision, and we could happily, you know, walk through that with you and show you 2 or 3 options and vet them out, what's the better one or more cost effective, and we can certainly help you with that.
So the school district now, the kids don't use the lanyards. They have the ID in their pocket. They show it, they get scanned. And if they have an early pass, they scan through there. And if it's not authorized, they call the office just to confirm that they're able to leave the campus.
And
So for the community to understand what we're talking about here, just more or less, since they're managing ingress, yeah, going back and forth. So that's in Ugandan to me, sorry. Going back and forth, there's potential, okay, where are you going and why are you leaving? And that, the easiest, we would have to really, administration-wise, have that, because we don't want them in that, making those decisions, right? It's about, are you in or you out? And if there's confusion, there's somebody to talk to. So we would establish all those things in place. So that's why the IDs and things like that are so important.
With that, what are your hours of operation? Do you go from like when kids are on campus, or do you operate on the weekends? And I have a follow-up question for staff and maybe even for our board, my fellow colleagues. But if you can maybe answer that for me first.
Yeah, so we generally start an hour before school starts, and then depending when school ends, we'll probably go an hour afterwards. That's our hours of operation. But it's all scaled off of the partnership we built with the school district and what is it that your needs are. Maybe it makes sense to have one officer start early and bring a guy in the mid shift, start him at 10, so he goes into the afternoon, so he stays till 6 p.m., so you have that double coverage. So we just have to see what works for the school district and how we can accomplish that together.
And additionally, we're available and we're always present during sporting events, and which is always an issue. Special events, activities, meetings and stuff like that. So we would really be your go-to partner. And the hours are literally 24/7, 365. Whatever you would need, we would be there to take care of it.
Yeah, we've had requests the day before. Hey, we have a dance and we want security for whatever reason, and we deploy officers for that. for that event, or it could be graduation. We'll deploy officers, or we'll get everybody from the school district if the other schools are not there, and we'll use the whole team and use them for graduations or whatever event you may have.
Madam President, may I piggyback on that? Ask a follow-up. That was one of the things that stood out to me. I think it's really important that we're not replacing our current security, our classified workers who do the job, but I do know that they would appreciate the extra support in that role. But I wanted to follow up. I did ask a question about so you said you're very flexible on, special events or sporting
Correct.
events and all that, and we'd have control of that flexibility. But also, I wanted to know how much cost savings there possibly would be, for a graduation, how much we're spending on those other law enforcement officers that maybe we can supplement.
So I would have to work with the business services to see how much we do spend when we do bring on law enforcement, the sheriff deputies, to come to help with supervision of events and graduations. So we can provide that information in the board weekly.
Okay, because that's something that this would kind of support, to where maybe we wouldn't need to spend that money as much, maybe, right?
Well, that's something so the good thing we're hearing is there's an interest from the board of this. So now we have to then look to see what can we put together that will allow us to be fiscally responsible with our resources, and see what can we scale back on, scale up on, and which level of support we should use for different events, knowing that we have another partner to be able to add to that list. And but that's really important to hear from the board is the interest.
Awesome, thank you.
A question. So, just for example, when we do have maybe a football team, how many sheriff do we call for? About how many?
Usually we have about 2 sheriffs there, and then we also have our Yellow Jacket teams that we contract with. We do that also for our graduations. And usually with the Yellow Jackets, we will have anywhere from 5 to 6. And then additionally, sometimes we have our own security also participate.
And so what part will, if we were to go with this, and I know we have to work all of this out, what part will they be, in a sense, replacing? The Yellow Jackets, the sheriffs? I mean, if something was to come, something unfortunate happened, we're going to call the sheriffs regardless. Okay, so we're going to call the sheriffs. We're just going to have them at hand. So we need to know, okay, we're not going to have the sheriff for this event because we have this company, but we still going to need the Yellow Jackets because we're not going to. They're going to protect the outer layer. I'm just, it's a lot of stuff you guys are going to have to work out.
Yeah, that goes back to what Dr. Avila was talking about, is we have to take the whole thing and see, okay, if we have these resources that we used to do, what combination can we have to make it more affordable? So I know police officers cost a lot of money, right? So so what does that mean if we replace that? What additional funds are we going to have? So, and then we also have to look at all the events that we normally deal with. What's uncovered, not covered? Right now, I would say after-school activities, when every high school is a big old city. I would say elementary, because all of our after-school activities, there really isn't any kind of security there, because from 3 o'clock on way up to 7 o'clock when everybody leaves, something was to go off there. Our only chance is to just call the police, and that's about it. So
okay, well, I know our Yellow Jackets are on campus. They're in the stands. They're walking around. I think, Salima, you were going to say something?
Well, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question regarding the contract. Do you guys just do contracts for special events? Because that's the difference of what we have right now with some of our contracted, is that we are able to just call them based on the events that we need, or are you guys looking for, is your contract an annual contract?
An annual contract.
Okay.
So just to clarify, it's an annual contract. However, you could pull from that team to supplement those services, right? So you could if we go with one of the options, it's 15 officers that we have that work the schools. They know the school district, we could pull from those 15 officers and we could put them at those special events, and you have that team ready to go at any moment in time. It's just the scheduling and getting them on board.
If I can also add one more thing, I know we wanted the actual presence of one today, so the community, the board can have a visual of what a staff what the security would look like on our campuses, and so we wanted to be open and transparent with what the board and the community of what the individual would look like.
On the perimeter.
Very safe, having our wonderful security officer. There's also a vehicle outside that we brought that I hope you all got a chance to see. If not, well,
So you would park the vehicle out in the front or something, just let people know, hey, there's somebody here. Don't dare come or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a big deterrent.
it is a big deterrent.
Yeah.
It is a big deterrent.
So I thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
I had a question. I was wondering, are there any city requirements with law enforcement when we have big events? Like, are we required to use the sheriffs?
We're not required. We just had a partnership with them. And let me just reiterate too that there have been times where we haven't been able to get them, and they will offer to be able to patrol but not actually be on the site, which is where the yellow jackets come in, and they help to supplement that just because, again, sometimes due to staffing situations. But they'll say we can't actually be there physically at the event the whole time, but we'll make sure to patrol the area if something is needed.
And if we were to move forward with this particular safety measure, it would require the collaboration with our local law enforcement to make sure that they're aware of this potential resource that we're bringing on our campuses, so we can work in conjunction. I know Dr. Girardi is still discussing the possibility of an SRO for the district. So it's really layers of support, and we want to be able to expand those layers of support for our school campuses. So we still have the desire to still be able to work with the local law enforcement to bring an SRO at one point in the future, but it's a matter of those additional layers of support we want to have.
Right. Madam President, if I may. So I think that's a big point, because I think there's obviously interest, right? But it's going to be a matter of like looking at all those pieces, because even having a resource officer, I think that was like $500,000, right? So I mean, looking at that, and that's something initially very interested in, and still am. But then we'd have to look at, okay, one officer that could technically be called away to a different call at any point. If they get a call from anywhere else, they're going to leave our campus and do that, as opposed to having 15 and one at every school site. And so, I mean, those are conversations that we're going to have that are really important. And that's going to go into, how you would collaborate with the local law enforcement, right? So if we have a resource officer, if we don't, you would still have to make those connections and collaborate, right?
Absolutely. We'll build
What's impressive at Beverly Hills is, and when you guys explained, the safety drills you have with like the lockdowns and all that, we don't do our lockdown in isolation of the police officers, and we actually do it together. So something happens, obviously they're on campus and they get in, but the police officer will know that they're there to infuse with them when they do get there, so they work together on those pieces. So all the trainings will be together with our staff and with the sheriffs and also with them.
Thank you. So back to my questions. How do you deal with homeless around our schools? Because in years past, we didn't have an issue, but I believe that currently we're starting to see a lot more transients around our schools. I know of several, of our students who have been accosted with their families walking to and from school too.
It's everywhere. It's not just in Bellflower, but the way we deal with it is we're compassionate. We approach that individual. We try to move them on in the morning sometimes because we're not there overnight. We'll try to clear, and that's why we start an hour before, right? Because we want to do a exterior check to see what the overnight brought in for the morning and kindly ask them to leave. We've gone to the point where we buy them a cup of coffee just to move them on. So we're just doing a de-escalation. I've had some schools where they do a food program. I'll have the guys go get a bag of food, give them a bag of food, and have them go on about their way. And that's the way we deal with those kind of situations.
Additionally, we're very familiar with the various services that you might offer within your community. And so we'll be able to refer them to the various services or even call and ask for support, whether it be shelter or any kind of support that whatever your community offers. Additionally, the teams that we have are very, very well trained specifically to manage the in-house situation. And so because we are currently working in programs, the teams, particularly if this would be an issue in this community, we'd make sure that those teams that are deployed here have that training. So again, it's not illegal to be homeless, but it is illegal to do certain things around other people. And so we're very aware of the laws. We don't want there to be any lawsuits. You know, there's many rights and many groups that protect the rights of the unhoused. We're very familiar with it. So we don't want to do anything that's not legal in the effort of solving the issue to put you guys in jeopardy or our company in jeopardy of lawsuits. So we're really mindful of that as well.
So in our city here, we do have a homeless shelter, and what has been agreed upon is that the sheriff's department can approach our unhoused population and move them, try to make sure that they can go into these places. When you are working, if you come on and you're working with us, is that something that you would also engage in, or would that be something that you would just call out to the sheriffs and have them come out?
Right. It's a very interesting question because it would then force our team to actually leave their deployment and physically go off campus to take an unhoused individual to a shelter. I don't know that that's really the best. So we would figure out a path of success, and we would actually be very collaborative in how we would solve it. At first blush, and you can jump in, I would suggest that whatever system you have in place, we can stay with the unhoused individual, make sure that they're not challenging any of our students or faculty until proper police personnel came to escort them. To start leaving the post for those kinds of things, I think is detrimental to the overarching program, and I would hate to be there to be an incident and have us be transporting an unhoused person. But those are all things that could be worked out.
Okay, no, and I agree. We would rather you be on our campuses. Yes, on the perimeter.
And I was gonna, sorry. And we are a tri-city district too, so I know each city has different regulations on that. I know like Lakewood's different, like what you could do with that. So I think that collaboration piece is going to be really important, and also making sure our policies align with what you're doing as well. So
Yes. Now I'm going to go on to, just to confirm, your patrols are unarmed?
Armed.
Armed. They're armed. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit more about what does it look like when you start working with our local sheriff's department?
So we'll do is obviously we are awarded the contract, we come in, and while we do a call in advance, and we work with the watch commander, we'll try to get with the captain of the sheriff station. On top of that, in the city of Beverly Hills, we were invited to the roll call where we started our day with the team, so they know who's working in the city and who's working in the schools. And that was real successful because not only did we work with the local law enforcement, they knew who our security officers were, what they're wearing, how they're dressed, and if there was any situation, they're able to work with our officers.
Thank you. And have you been able to see where both of our high schools are at? I think you said you were at those campuses, Bellflower and Mayfair. So I see that on your pricing, you also add on a car, like a patrol car that's out there. Would you recommend that we have a patrol car?
Yes.
Okay. So then that would be an additional cost that would kind of be implied.
Correct.
If we go
It's
into
part
the
of
services.
in the proposal, it shows what the cost is.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. My next question is, you said that you do training, and you run drills, correct? It's that, I want to make sure that I understand. Do you do the training and your drills on our campuses or off our campuses?
Both. So we do on campus when school's out of session. We want, and then sometimes if law enforcement or the local law enforcement is available, we try to do training with them together. So that way we're collaborative and we are able to work as a one team if there's a situation. On top of that, we also go off-site and we do training, you know, at the range, and we try to simulate what would happen and how they would deal with those situations.
And do you ever do training with staff?
Yes, we've done active shooter training with staff. It's a whole program that we work with. That's something different that we would roll out, but we do training with staff.
And that would, I'm assuming that's an additional to cost
Not
for that?
Not necessarily. We do it part of the contract, so it depends. We've had districts that come in. We want to do active shooter training with our staff, and we go there. We have a whole presentation. We bring in an instructor and what to do in a certain situation, and it's not additional cost.
And now with the Milo, it's deployed to you. So even though it's a simulator, I mean, some of you actually, I think did you hold the?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, and that's available to all of your staff. And there's a variety of scenarios. So if there were certain situations that you would want for your teachers, like things, de-escalation, for example, they all don't have to be with guns and things. Some of them are really great trainings that really enable individuals a deeper understanding of how to de-escalate certain situations and things like that. So.
And would any of these trainings with their staff also include our student bodies?
That would be a decision with that we'd have to do with the board.
All right, thank you. How fast, I'm not just kind of predicting here, how fast, say, if you were stationed at one high school, would it take you to get to the next high school? Like, say you were over at Mayfair on our north side, we want to get you to the south side, roundabout.
It all depends, obviously, on traffic, you know, the time of day. So I can't give you a direct time, but it's going to be very fast. As soon as they'll all have radios and they'll be able to communicate with every officer that's on the school district. And once they get a call for service or the supervisor needs to respond, you know, the lead time for that is unknown because would have to go to every school and then we have to gauge it on how we would deploy that patrol.
Which we didn't do. I mean, we didn't one time.
You didn't time it.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
But we can.
Yes, absolutely. So you also spoke about being outside of the schools, but you don't go inside. What if there was to be a student who just, bad scenario, pulls out a gun, starts shooting? Do you then go in?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. And at that point, I'm assuming that local law enforcement will be called. When they arrive, just to confirm, who makes the decisions when they arrive?
As soon as law enforcement arrives on scene, they are the instant command. They're the ones taking over the scene, and we're stepping back. At that point, we're just support, whatever they need us to do. If they tell us to back off and go block this hallway, we'll do that. But once law enforcement arrives, it's their scene. We don't have no jurisdiction over that. And that's part of the training and how we'll work with them, and they'll know that.
Perfect, thank you. I believe, yes, how many employees do you currently have right now?
We have over 100 employees.
Okay, so you've got enough. And what is kind of like the behavior that your teams engage in when students come up and talk to them?
Depends what age.
High school.
So we have officers that, and he could attest, he works with the high school. They have an open dialogue communication where you want to befriend everybody that's coming in and all the students, so that way you have that confidence that you could go to them and report anything to that officer, so that way we have that information, and that's what we wanted. That's the key, is we want to have that confidence in with the students, with the officers. They can speak to them. It's not just somebody standing there just not going to be interacting or anything like that, but we want to have that open dialogue with them.
Okay, perfect. I believe those are all my questions. Thank you so much. Staff, any comments, questions?
Yeah, so like you said, no decision is going to be made today. I think from my read, I think you're intrigued, but you need more information. So we're going to, mainly the cost, how can we afford something like this? So what we're going to do is, like as I mentioned before, all through July, we're going to be talking about finances and looking at the fiscal stabilization. We're going to include this as a part of the conversation. So you'll see another pass at this with the cost and also in the theoretical budget moving forward, what it would look like. It doesn't mean that we got to make a lot of decisions anyway. So this will just be a part of that, a part of decision making. I think in terms of the inquest, that one, I think I mentioned earlier, if you're good with that, we'll come back again with some of those questions with the contract. But that one, I would like to get going before school starts for the assemblies and letting the students know what the dogs are and parents know, and because there's a whole communication plans we have for that. This one is more, I realize this is more sensitive. People are going to have a lot more questions. But more important right now, I got to demonstrate that we can afford this. So we're going to go to work on that piece. But the main thing today, I wanted you guys to hear about this. The superintendent, Dr. Breggy, I know him very well. He and I were in the same SELPA for the last 6 years. He's Beverly Hills and Santa Monica, Malibu. But he said it right there. I think Mrs. Armstrong and Mr. Christopher heard. He said that was one of the best decisions he's ever made, is hiring NASDAQ. So I believe him on that.
Yeah, just one more question. First of all, thank you for the long presentation. I really do appreciate it, and your voice is just fine. Okay.
Thank you.
I really appreciate all the work going into this, because it's a conversation that's been in the works for a long time. It's very important. So I have one more question, and it's probably one of the most important ones as a father of two in the district and every other parent. I think one thing we learned from the Uvalde situation was no matter what training, everything, it's still people that need to make the ultimate decision. And I want to ask, how confident are you that the people that we place on our campuses, when they hear shots, are going to run towards those shots?
100%.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we would love to invite you to one of the trainings so you can see the rigorous training that they undergo and what they have to deal with. And because that's part of that aspect, is how do you deal with that situation and how do you engage that situation?
And again, because most of our team members are ex-military and ex-police, law enforcement, it's in their DNA. They understand the nuance of what it means to hear a shot, to know there are children behind there, and just to move without thought of their own safety. And we're happy to have you meet and speak with our officers, and Rick, who really manages all the team. I think it's really important, as we started this presentation, the most important thing is that the children and the families and the administration and the faculty feel safe and secure, and we take it very seriously.
Thank you so much for your time and great presentation.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for
Thank
all
you.
the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for considering us. We appreciate it.
Just one last thing. There was 40% that was for this, and 20% that was open to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So wow.
So 47% support and endorse this protocol at the elementary and secondary. 20% were neutral, and I'm okay with whatever decision's made. And 8% supported at the secondary only, and 15% did not support the idea.
Out of how many people?
4,000, excuse me, 1 second. We had 4,115 respondents. 65% of that is parents, 16% of that is students, and 20% is staff.
And I know we got those numbers before, but could you resend those?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, NASDAQ. Thank you.
Dr. Girardi, do we have another presentation?
Yes, yes. So the next presentation is about the revised bylaw 9150 student board members. And I think we had postponed this a couple times. I think we're ready to now engage in the conversation. Let me just kind of orient everybody while our speakers, presenters come up. Tonight, I invited Chris Mendoza, ex-student board member, a previous student board member, and a student, Alyssa Klein, to come talk about the experience this last year. So what Chris and Mr. Mendoza and Mrs. Klein are going to present is about what they have learned from this experience, personally as well as operationally, and what was effective or not effective, because we all have the same interest in, we like this concept of the student board member, but how do we make it workable, and how can we improve upon it? So what we're going to do today is present on some of their experiences. The best person to do that is the people that are actually involved in this, which is the students. And then from there, I'm going to have council talk about some of the language that we want to incorporate to solidify any changes we're going to make regarding the student board members, and then we'll leave it up to questions. But no decisions are going to be made tonight. You have a replacement paper, replacement bylaw, paper or bylaw that you can read that the council is going to go over. So it's a first reading. So you guys are going to discuss it, we're going to review it, and then bounce any ideas off, and then we're going to incorporate it next time around when we bring it back to see if we want to make additional decisions. And if you say it looks clean, then we'll just get a vote on it. So so tonight we'll hear about it. You talk through it, and then we'll bring it back next time for a second reading. With that, Mr. Mendoza, why don't you take over?
Okay. Good evening, board, members of the cabinet, and members of the public. My name is Christopher, and I served as student board member for the last academic year. I'm joined tonight by my partner in this project, Alyssa Klein. So to begin with, just some context. When I was sworn in as student board member, obviously there was no precedent for me to rely on to be effective or to know how to serve in my role, since I was the first in this district. I was given some level of training by the former superintendent, Tracy McSparron, and then board president, Erwinita Armstrong. I also attended a California School Board Association conference in Los Angeles in July, just a few days after I was sworn in, where I worked with and trained alongside other student board members from across the state. And after that, that was the bulk of my training. It was kind of up to me to advocate for myself and ask the assistant superintendents and Sulema a lot of questions when I was starting off about things I wasn't clear about before board meetings. So it was clear to me right off the bat I was going to have a hard year. My counterparts from across the state were a good resource, and I did meet with the Superintendent's Advisory Council monthly. But as my term progressed, I realized I could not function efficiently because there was a lack of a comprehensive structure for students to participate in governance in our district. So fortunately, other students had noticed the need for improvement as well. In the fall of 2022, Alyssa reached out to me, and she had said basically that she saw potential in my position, but she wanted to see something more immediate at the site level. So she had come up with an idea for a kind of student-led, problem-solving focused group at Mayfair, which would be different from ASB, which would work with the principal, and she'll explain her whole idea later. But I knew early on she was going to be a great partner during my term. So I consulted Alyssa, as she and Principal Diaz worked what would become the Mayfair Student Cabinet. And at the end of that process, it became very apparent to us that the cabinet idea could work at the other campuses too. So this happened around the same time in February, when Dr. Girardi and I began talking about the upcoming election for the student board member for the 23-24 school year. So the following things happened. We hosted a study session with the Superintendent's Advisory Council, and we all came to an agreement that BB 9150, which we're looking at tonight, which is the policy that describes how student board members serve in our district, needed to be revised specifically to require 3 students to share that position, not 2 additional students, in that position, 3 students sharing that position. I'll talk more about that later. So at my request, it would also additionally require the student board members to collaborate with student cabinets at each of the sites. With all that being said, the proposed revisions to BB 9150 that we will be presenting tonight have been the product of many meetings, consultations with the superintendent, with the Board of Education leadership, and a panel of the district's secondary school principals, as well as legal counsel. The separation of our proposed revisions from those of legal counsel, which are on your replacement pages, is intentional. So Dr. Jawadi and legal counsel worked as a team to develop their set of proposed revisions, and Alyssa and I worked to create our own. It's our belief that because the revisions included in legal counsel's revisions come directly from EdCode, they're literally chunks of EdCode that are just put into our bylaw, and they're also been verified by legal counsel, they need less of an explanation, more so than ours do, since we're coming to you as students. So our proposed revisions are supported by the superintendent, and the structure for improved student participation and governance has been verified and supported by legal counsel. So the purpose of this presentation, therefore, now that we can begin, is to explain the language that we are proposing that you pass alongside legal counsel's revisions. And with that said, I'm going to let Alyssa start off our presentation.
All right, thank you, Chris. So just to reiterate, tonight the bulk of our presentation will focus on the specific revisions made to BB 9150's language and vernacular. We will first begin. Oh, oops. There you go. With a brief overview, we will begin with a brief clarification of Board Bylaw 9150 and what it entails, followed by an explanation as to why revisions are necessary, a step-by-step walkthrough of our proposed revisions, and finally, some final steps we must take in moving forward. So first off, as Chris alluded to previously, BB 9150 was created in February 2022 in response to some pressing issues the district was facing, and thus the district-wide call for greater student representation. Board Bylaw 9150 is essentially a modified version of EdCode Section 35012. BB 9150 takes the foundational language of EdCode and adds only a few district-specific embellishments, including the right of the student board member to make motions. Because of this, when you look at BB 9150 up close, it is a relatively short policy that lacks the specifics of the student board member's responsibilities and expectations. As a brief overview, both EdCode and BB 9150 grants the student board member the right to attend all open session board meetings, the right to be seated with other board members of the board, and the right to cast preferential votes, among others. Displayed here is a very simple understanding of our current system of student representation. Our BUSD board leadership is comprised of 5 fully voting members and 1 student board member. Again, under EdCode, the student board member may cast a preferential vote, as in they may express their preference on a motion, but their vote does not count in the final numerical outcome of a motion. Naturally, the board leadership serves to address the needs and concerns of the general BUSD community, communicating with teachers, parents, and other members of BUSD staff. By contrast, the student board member serves to provide two-way direct communication with students. In theory, students of Bellflower, Lost Forest, Somerset, and Mayfair will express their concerns to the student board member, who will then discuss direct student opinion with the board leadership. Simultaneously, the student board member is responsible for communicating district news to each secondary school site. Although it is not mentioned in BB 9150, the Superintendent's Student Advisory Board is also in existence. It is composed of students from all 4 secondary high schools, chosen through teacher recommendation. Dr. Jawadi and the assistant superintendents meet with the Student Advisory Board once a month in order to garner direct student input. However, as this past year was its first year of establishment, the student board member and superintendent encountered several flaws with the advisory board, including a lack of engagement and effectiveness. The pool of opinions offered by such a small group is also very limited.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Would you go back to one slide?
Yes.
I don't want to be rude and interrupt you, but I do want to point out one aspect and maybe just get clarification first. Your slide says the superintendent is above the Board of Education. Is that what I'm reading correctly?
That is solely for the purpose of having room on the side for the superintendent's advisory council. But yes, we do understand that superintendent is employed by the Board of Education.
Okay, perfect. I just
Yes.
wanted to get that clarity out there so that
Yes.
way our viewers and our board, other people who are watching this understand that
Yes.
aspect.
Yes, and apologies for the
Oh, no.
confusion with the graphic.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alyssa. So, as we stated, Ed Code 35012 is what sets the parameters for how individual school districts have student board members. It sets clear requirements for rights that must be offered to student trustees, and it's firm about the limitations of the position. BB 9150 is in compliance with Ed Code, but it does not feature Bellflower-specific provisions that can make the position more beneficial to this community. So this has led to some of the following issues. Although BB 9150 implies that more than one student board member may serve on the Board of Education at once, the policy features no guidelines on how that would look like. So without specific guidelines, then you could have all Mayfair reps or all Bellflower reps. And that makes it an easier option to just have one student board member. And I can say from my term and from conversations with all of you here, that's not the most efficient way of doing it. We believe that the responsibility should be distributed amongst more than one individual. Another weakness of this bylaw is that under roles and responsibilities, like Alyssa had mentioned, the Superintendent's Advisory Council is not mentioned, even though I'm pretty sure that I had some kind of, even though I didn't act in that capacity, it was supposed to be like a chair of the council, right, and work with, and I think at the start of our year, everyone got my contact information because they were supposed to talk to me the same way that they talk to you guys, but that never really happened. But the point is, that is like a role for the student board member that was not listed in BB 9150. So that's an example of where a room for improvement because it's not as specific in that policy. And then, as I stated at the beginning of the presentation, I did receive an orientation that is required in BB 9150. And what that was is I was given a binder with information on the Brown Act, some info on the district and my position. I was told to study it, and then I met with the former superintendent for 2 hours, and then I met with Renita to go over board books, and then that was it, and I was good to go. So I think I understand why the training was not as thorough. It was the first year we were having it. We didn't have the institutional knowledge on how to go through that procedure. But now that we have had a student board member, I think it's our responsibility to beef up that training portion of the policy. Let's see. Oh, and lastly, one of the biggest concerns that's been expressed by board leadership was the safety and privacy of students who serve in such a public and who choose to serve in such a public role. So our current policy features no protections for the student board member. I was fortunate enough not to have any experience any harassment, or I've had any adults pressure me in any inappropriate way. However, Alyssa and I hear your concerns. We know how possible that is to happen in the future if nothing is done. And so we look forward to hearing some of the ideas we came up with on how to address that. So hopefully we have explained why we were compelled to look at BB 9150 and why we think it's time to revise. And we've identified the areas in which we believe there's room for improvement. So in this portion of the presentation, Alyssa and I are going to break down the 4 main proposed revisions that we've made. We're going to introduce the point, say which part of the policy we're looking to place it into. We're going to read that point out loud, and then we're going to explain how it addresses those 4 concerns that we just went over. So I'm going to go over the first one, Alyssa's going to take the next, and so on and so forth. So this is under election of student board members. So we're striking out the language that says, and I know you guys can read, but just in case there's a visibility issue or just to go over this, student board members shall be chosen by students enrolled in the district's high schools in accordance with procedures prescribed by the board. So that's what we have right now. We're looking to make that a little more targeted. Each comprehensive high school in the district shall be represented by 1 student board member. All other secondary campuses shall be served by 1 student board member. The election procedures for each student board member position shall be uniform in every campus holding an election and shall be facilitated by the superintendent of schools. The superintendent shall report to the Board of Education during every election season the procedures that are being utilized to select the student board members that year. So here's what that does. It requires, based on the numbers and types of secondary schools that we have in our district, 3 students to share the student board member position. So just to get to like an abstract level right now. Student trustees are supposed to bring a student perspective to board decision making. However, we know that no two students have the same experience, and especially at different campuses, we can't define what a student experience is. So in order to ensure that the diverse experiences of our district students are recognized here in the boardroom, it is important that we allow a student from Bellflower, a student from Mayfair, and a student to represent Las Flores and Somerset to share that seat all on the same within the same school year. So at one meeting, the Bellflower representative will sit in the dais. At the next, it's the Mayfair representative's turn, and the following month, it's the Somerset Las Flores representative's turn. Ed Code supports this practice, and legal counsel has validated our proposal. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. So it's my understanding that the language legal counsel is proposing in the replacement pages that you've received today also reinforce that. I know since it's in Ed Code, it's possible anyway, but since we're adding it to our board bylaw, again, it's even more supported. In addition to ensuring better representation of our student body, our diverse student body, it also creates is an essential component of the new structure for student participation and governance that Alyssa and I have been working on. And I'm going to let Alyssa explain what that structure looks like.
Okay, so the next change would be under roles and responsibilities of the student board members, where we have proposed entirely new language that will establish a structure of student voice throughout the district. So the proposed revision reads, the student board members are a part of a larger structure for student participation in governance and shall work in conjunction with the Superintendent's Advisory Council and the student cabinets at each of the secondary campuses in order to ensure authentic student voice is brought to discussions. So again, the key to this proposal is the creation of student cabinets, which I will be going over in further detail. This past year, I had the privilege of working with the Mayfair principal, Mr. Diaz, and also Christopher to establish what is now known as a student cabinet. It is the very first of its kind throughout the district and has functioned since the beginning of this year, 2023. Mayfair's student cabinet consists of 10 students across all 4 grade levels, 9 through 12, and representing a variety of on-site activities and programs, including show choir, sports, ASB, the Advanced Placement Program, the school newspaper, and Art Academy. The student cabinet coexists with existing student bodies such as ASB, but retains an entirely separate function from ASB. While ASB focuses on event planning and school spirit, the student cabinet is tasked with gathering student input on site-level issues and researching potential solutions. Thus far, we have discussed topics such as the 2023 through 2024 blocked bell schedule, school safety, and the implementation of the new school-wide app, Minga. We meet regularly at lunch, where Mr. Diaz will prompt and oversee our discussions. However, we aim to cultivate discussions that are primarily student-led. For example, our town hall meetings take place during lunch and are open to the entire student body, with the intent of cultivating a safe and secure place for students to express their opinions. Only a counselor is present, and the rest of the town hall meeting is led by the student cabinet. Town hall meetings are instrumental in identifying student concerns, gauging possible solutions, and communicating such findings to school administration. By incorporating student cabinets into the revised policy, we are advocating for student cabinets to be established at each secondary school. In other words, a student cabinet will be established at Las Flores, at Somerset, and at Bellflower. And again, I apologize for the mistake with the graphic, but here's a graphic showing the revised structure, including our proposals. Student cabinets will function independently from each other and can cater to the unique structure and demographics of a campus. The policy only requires that the student cabinets exist. Sorry, lost my place. I know, I have a lot. Okay, there you go. The policy only requires that the student cabinets exist, but the principal is at liberty to decide on the logistics of the cabinet, including how the cabinet members are elected, the structure of the cabinet, and how often they meet. While student cabinets will provide site-level problem solving, they will also create a more interconnected pathway of communication and transparency between the school sites and the student board members. When student cabinets work in conjunction with the principal, ASB, and other student bodies, student board members have easier, streamlined access to student needs. The work of the student board member becomes easier, and a greater diversity of student voice is also represented. It's also important to note that while the 3 student board members are shown alongside the rest of the board leadership, our revisions to BB 9150 propose that the student board members will rotate on and off the dais. In other words, only one student board member will sit on the dais at a time, and only one student board member will cast a preferential vote at a time. This effectively splits the year's board meetings into 3, reducing the time commitment required by each student board member, which I know was a big concern this past year.
So as Alyssa just went over, the student board members have an important role to play in that new structure. So it's really important that they get proper training. Student board members are key to the structure. So we're proposing the following language. There we go. So we're proposing to strike out, once chosen or appointed, incoming student board members shall be provided an orientation designed to build knowledge of the district and an understanding of the responsibilities and expectations of the position. So it mentions an orientation, but as I just said, the vagueness of just saying orientation doesn't necessarily assign a quality to that orientation. It doesn't assign a time frame for that. So what we're looking to do is to beef up that training. So we have decided to propose, within 60 days of the results of the elections for student board members being announced, the superintendent, board president, or other designee shall provide a comprehensive training to the student board members elect. The training shall consist of 10 hours per student board member respectively. If there's more than one student trustee, the 10-hour requirement may be fulfilled by training the selected student board members together over the course of various sessions, which may be conducted both virtually and in person. The language goes on to say, upon completion of their training, student board members shall understand the fundamentals of California public school operations, Robert's rules and protocols for open session meetings of the Board of Education, the Ralph M. Brown Act, the rights entitled to student board members and the limitations of the position, expectations for standards of professionalism and guidance on how to appropriately interact with members of the community, how to utilize the Superintendent's Advisory Council and the Student Cabinets at each secondary campus to effectively gauge and represent student opinion, and any other skills deemed to be relevant to serving effectively for the Superintendent and Board of Education leadership. So, one interesting thing that came up during one of Alyssa and I's early meetings with the board leadership was the idea that schools encourage their students to have, that extracurricular, that one thing that they do. Many students have their main extracurricular, which is sports. They could be on the soccer team. They could have an officer position in a service club. They could be, president of environmental science club, or they could have a dual enrollment class at community college. Every student has, their thing. So when we talk about the student board member position, that role is going to be that student's main extracurricular. Given that our policy currently allows the board to give student board members elective credit, which I believe they should, it's reasonable then for students to understand that with an extracurricular comes a set of rules and skills and protocols that they have to learn. So a thorough and relevant orientation should be required for students who have chosen to serve in this position. Also, I believe it's best that the student board members receive accurate and relevant information from the superintendent or board leadership, rather than look for context and information from less reliable or biased sources. So, and I'm going to pass it off to Alyssa. She has the last point.
All right, and then in continuation with our revisions under student board member training, we have included new language to protect the privacy and safety of the student board member. Our revisions read, given the unique challenges presented by having students engaged in potentially political or contentious matters, members of the public shall be informed of the privileges and limitations that come with the student board member position and be encouraged to respect the privacy of students who volunteer to serve in the role. So in completing the pilot year of the student board member position, it has come to our attention that the student board members will require additional protection. Ultimately, student board members are students and minors who should not be subject to the harsh political criticism and public pressure that accompanies the board member position. The student should feel comfortable in their relationships with their peers, teachers, administrators, and community members without the fear of student board member work and other political matters impeding on their education and personal life. Thus, the proposed language ensures that new safety measures will be put in place. This may include additions to the board meeting norms, which are over there, and behavior protocols posted in the boardroom, and anything else that the board leadership deems to be effective and necessary. The student board members will also be trained in handling difficult situations, relying on their fellow board members for support, and exercising their right to remain silent on potentially contentious issues.
Yeah, just to talk a little bit more about that, there's plenty of room for addressing those privacy concerns. I know something that I really liked that Alyssa and I were able to talk about was in the same way that the board president reads out at the start of every meeting, the norms about a public comment, we could also have a brief word, a disclaimer at the start of every meeting saying, remember that the student board members are still students, they're still minors, and just a brief word about their safety and privacy. So, here we go. So I recognize that our presentation has been lengthy, and we've got a lot of work to do tonight. However, it is important that the board take action on revising this policy as soon as possible. There's only so many meetings left this summer, and elections for student board members have already been delayed for months. So, with all of that said, we recommend that the board adopt proposed revisions made by legal counsel, because it's straight from EdCode and has been verified by legal counsel, and is in conjunction with the additional provisions we have just reviewed. So if the board chooses to, it may combine legal counsel's proposals with our own and bring a complete revised version of BB 9150 back to vote at the next regular meeting. If that happens, Superintendent Dr. Jody can begin preparing for the election that's coming up in August. Alyssa and I can begin meeting with Principal Lundgren, Principal Higgins, and Principal Tia Ewing to start advising them on how to create their cabinets in time for them to be ready for the student board members. Obviously, we can get to work on this. So thank you for hearing our presentation tonight. And we understand it was kind of confusing with legal counsel's proposals being in a replacement page and us just giving this presentation. So we want to open this up to questions. But it looks like Dr. Joy wants to say something.
Yeah, maybe at this time before, at some point, they're going to start deliberating on some things. But right now, maybe clarifying questions for our speakers.
Yes, legal counsel, please.
Maybe when we do this, before legal counsel goes, I guess the clarifying questions is the structure of student cabinets. There might be, I don't know if that was clear enough or not, but if it's not, then maybe let's clarify, then we'll pass it on to legal
So
counsel.
you want us to start first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And let's leave it strictly to just the structure that they're to them, and then we'll switch over to the policy after that.
Board Member Armstrong?
I have no questions. I understood what you were trying to convey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My first question is, when you guys say that 10 hours per student, how did you come up with that 10 hours?
I went over kind of the training that I received when I took the position. So the first training I did was with former Superintendent Tracy McSparron. She went over things like the Brown Act to begin with, kind of how you guys functioned. She told me, I remember she went over the analogy of like staying in the helicopter and kind of passing things off to the proper channels. It was a very general and wide orientation to begin with. What really informed that 10-hour number was my trainings with CSBA and what we were able to go over with CSBA in Los Angeles over the summer. So I went with Renita Armstrong over the summer to CSBA. She was present as the CSBA team went over these really lengthy workshops with the other student board members. Those are what really built my understanding of how to be a student board member, and that was like an all-day workshop. There were other things too that when you're entering the position, you don't necessarily need to know what the LCAP is. You don't need to know all the specific things. Those come as you serve, but there are some things you need to know about. For example, I didn't know I could make motions until like halfway through my term. I think I remember I turned to Renita at one meeting a few months ago and I said, I didn't know I could make motions this whole time. That's why we need to give student board members the proper training. So I was informed by that CSBA training that I had received, and just from my experience, that I think 10 hours is a good amount of time, and it's over a 2-month period, and that can be done over sessions. So it could be a 2-hour session, 5 2-hour sessions. I think it's reasonable.
My next question is, seeing that we have unique campuses and the fact that we have 7th through 12th grade, was there ever any discussions or did you think about having those 7 and 8 students involved since they are on the same campus?
Yes, that was something in discussion between me and Mr. Diaz and Christopher. But in the very beginning of this year, when this idea came into fruition, it was really bare bone and we had no idea what we were working with. It was the first of the kind. So we wanted to first pilot it in high school and see what type of engagement we got with that. And then moving forward, see how we can create a separate version of the cabinets for 7th through 8th grade. So currently we do not have a middle school cabinet at the Mayfair campus, but I think a good step moving forward would to ensure that we do have cabinets in place at the other high schools, and then see how we can modify those cabinets for middle schoolers. But that is something that we can look into moving forward.
I have one question for legal counsel, so I'll wait until after everyone asks.
Board Member Critchfield?
Yeah. Thank you, too, for all the work that you put into this. Really appreciate it. I'll speak for myself, but I know others feel the same as we really do value that position, and we all feel the same way of needing to have more structure in that role. Not only to be more effective and have and be more representative of our entire student body, but also for protections and just to make it more comfortable so you could still be students, right? I do have one question. You mentioned motions, and I've been kind of just like poking around. Currently in our policy, can student board members make motions? Because I think it says by adoption of a resolution. Did you guys get that too?
So I think we actually made a change to that because from what I recall in the current policy, it basically allowed, it says student board members basically make motions that may be acted upon by the board except on matters dealing with employer-employee relations pursuant to government code, and goes in the government code. But in order to allow for motions to be made, a resolution needs to be passed by the board.
Yeah, I think that's the ed code, right?
Yeah.
So do you know if when we started this position, which is before my time, so I really don't know, was it attached to a resolution to make motions?
I think that would be up to district staff to look into.
I'm just looking at my staff.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading the body language here.
So there was nothing attached. It was just a board policy.
So I think that speaks to what you were saying. It was very loose and kind of thrown in. But I know in ed code that there needs to be a board resolution, which is something we should also look at. So I think that this is something urgent, right? Because we want to get it done before school starts, and I think we should really get it right this time. Again, that's why I really do appreciate you guys pushing this, because it is something that we need to get right now, so we don't have to keep doing this every year. What I would recommend is having a subcommittee, so there could be work in between this meeting and the next meeting to get it done, and that way we're not just having a second reading at the next meeting. Maybe we can push things on a little faster that way, but that would be my recommendation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. I agree. I think that we need to perhaps just take this a little bit slower, make sure that we're teasing it all out, making sure that all these recommendations are appropriate so that we meet your needs, because above all, our job is to educate you as our students and keep you safe. So if, may I ask Board Member Armstrong and Board Member Stewart if they could please serve on this subcommittee, if possible?
I guess my question for Vice President Critchfield is, what would you like that subcommittee to look at?
Well, I think the question I just asked about whether or not we had a resolution for motions is a big part of it. So we can pass something right now for that policy, but maybe it should be attached to a resolution to actually conform with ed code. I think there's things that we just need to iron out. So when we do it, we're not coming right back to it.
But the thing is that the current board policy we have reads that the board member may make motions that may be acted upon by the board except on matters dealing with employer-employee relations, and all those are closed session items. We're talking in open session. He has a right to make the motions.
So in ed code, they're not, but we can allow them to.
It's in our board bylaw,
Right.
so it's there.
So what's,
But I'm just saying,
What-
we can work this out. I accept.
And General Counsel, seems like you have.
Just for clarification, in order to authorize motions to be made by the student board member, a resolution must be passed by the board allowing it. And I think the question is, was there ever a resolution passed by the board? A policy being passed would not qualify as a resolution authorizing that action. So I think that was the clarifying question that was being asked.
And again, in my time, I don't know of any resolution that was made or attached.
So if I may, if the only concern is about that resolution, I would just suggest attaching that as a action item at the next board meeting, because if that is the only concern, then that could be addressed that quickly. Are there any other concerns about the position other than the right to make motions?
I have one concern, and that was my question for you. Is the student board member required to act with the Brown Act? Because we keep hearing different things, and if they are, then I would like to see something in this bylaw that states that they must follow the Brown Act, yes or no?
Can we, maybe a point of order, maybe we can, because this is creeping into what we're gonna try to go through. I think your question will be addressed when we go through the item. So would that be best to go through one by one and address that?
I'm just still trying to understand why we need the subcommittee at this point.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that was just, my question was just for this actual, what we're looking at right this second.
So they are not considered part of the legislative body, so the Brown Act does not apply to them. They are not in closed session. Their vote is not a vote that actually counts toward the final tally, so Brown Act does not apply to them. And that's part of the Ed Code as well towards the end of the section on this item.
And it doesn't apply to them whether or not they're on the dais, because we've been told that it does make a difference. You're saying that does not make a difference.
So even if they're on the dais, what controls on the dais is more Robert's Rules of Order in terms of making motions, amendments, and so on and so forth. Brown Act is generally something that's more outside of the dais. Quorums developed by council when 3 or more board members meet and discuss city items. There's the potential there to make a decision because there's 3 votes, a majority. So that's kind of the spirit of the Brown Act. Everything has to be done within a public setting. So Brown Act applies more outside of a board meeting. And so them not being part of the legislative body, anything outside, whether they're at a conference or in attendance at a meeting with 2 other board members, the presence of the student board member does not constitute a quorum to basically enact the Brown Act regulations. So anything here on the dais is more related to Robert's Rules of Orders, and since they're not in closed session, there's no information that they receive from that anyway, so there's no way to violate the Brown Act if they don't have that information.
if I could, in the policy, you do mention the training and there being Brown Act training. That would still be in there, right? Because
Yes.
even if you're not subject to it, it's still very important.
Yes, because obviously you guys already know the Brown Act does protect sensitive information from getting out to the community. I know we get information, or when I was on the board, we would get sensitive information in the Friday memo, or we would get very particular numbers. I remember one of the challenges I had this year was like having to hold it in when I knew something was coming up on a next meeting, and I was able not to tell anyone, but like there was some stuff that was so crazy, and I think it's important that I think this is something that the board can look at, adding language in our policy that can maybe institute some of the provisions of the Brown Act about like maybe saying that like if student board members are recklessly handling information that they handle, then they can be removed from the position. That way we add the protection without them actually being subject to the Brown Act. So those are ways you can address those concerns about them trying to be as close to the Brown Act as possible without being legally required to abide by it.
Right. I think that's a great idea. And I do have one more question, maybe for legal, but I- there's, I know there's a censure policy for board members, but that doesn't apply to student board members, right? Or does it?
Yeah, I think did the policy include how, if we have a rogue?
Like if there was an ethical conflict, like what you're describing, these are things that I think are just important to know. And again, like I'm all for the position. Is there a rationale to why it needs to be tonight, as opposed to adding in a resolution and kind of doing it all together? Because I don't know. I know before school starts, but you tell me.
Well, we're not asking you to pass anything tonight. What we were giving you tonight was our proposed revisions in conjunction with what legal counsel has put forward, and we were explaining to you why we think you should include our revisions with legal counsels. That way, when you vote at the next meeting, you'll understand, what you're looking at, that completely revised policy. And so if we were to take action on, or if we were to start looking into some of the things we just talked about putting more guidelines for how the student board member will handle sensitive information, that kind of thing, then it would have to go, have a second read around. Alyssa and I will work with Dr. Drawdy, or you guys can work with Dr. Drawdy as well on getting that language down. But the idea is, and why we are expressing a sense of urgency, is because elections are happening in August.
Right.
And when is do you guys know when the first meeting of August is?
Mm-hmm.
That's the day before school starts. So it would be very hard for Dr. Drawdy to. Yeah.
Yeah, the elections for this cycle, as this is the only cycle because we cleaned this up. Next year it'll be the normal time. This time around, obviously, elections have to occur when the students are on campus. So the timing wise, there's no way we're gonna be able to get this done get the board members elected before school starts because they're not there. So we have to establish that when the school is there, I have to work with the principals and different people to say, okay, when are we going to start doing the election process when students are there? And then whatever time pace, somewhere in the fall, around there, we know they'll start their meetings and stuff. So, but the process of elections, I think what he's trying to say is, are we going to be ready to be able to do this
Right.
when school starts?
Right. No, I appreciate the clarification. Again, subcommittee might work, might not, but if it slows things down, I mean, I've heard a lot today, and I'm not opposed to it, but yeah, we should look at the resolution part of it as well. So, thank you.
And Dr. Joy, I think it's time for legal counsel to speak to.
I'm sorry, I believe Board Member Armstrong has another question.
Yes.
Yeah, I just, myself, I need to, this is the first reading, and I really do need to look at this. But I know one thing for sure, we won't be able to train you before you are sworn in.
Yes. So what we're proposing was that 60 days, that 2 months. What that has in mind is for, we went really long-term with this policy and the things we put forward. For example, instead of just saying one Bellflower up, one Mayfair up, one Lost Flora Somerset, we used the terms comprehensive high school and all other secondary schools, because we wanted to be inclusive of the fact that if this policy lasts as long as some of our other policies do, like we have some that haven't been revised since 2013, and with our trend of declining enrollment, we don't know how our schools are going to look like in the future. So we want to be as forward-thinking as possible with that. So when we said 60 days, what we meant was in the future, when elections are held in the spring, like when I was elected, they would have that first month of summer to June, and they would have July, the month they're sworn in. So we didn't see much of a problem with training bleeding over slightly into past, when they're sworn in, because that's how I was trained on the 21st at CSBA. I was sworn in on the 14th. And also, that 60 days is a maximum, right? So the superintendent or the designee, the board president, board vice president, can do that training earlier, as soon as possible, even, because then we have that first month of summer. What are the students doing?
I do want to make a recommendation. I'm sorry.
I'm good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Under that same, paragraph, I agree with you, but I think, we can hopefully make it work with the 60 days. But I would recommend that we change the language that is on here, instead of it being superintendent, Board of Education president, or other designee, to actually strike that portion out and say general counsel, because general counsel is the best person to give you that training, since they are the ones that legally can tell us and decipher and give us all those parameters legally. You know, I'm not sure that I, as a board member, would interpret it correctly, is what I'm saying. So if we have our, you know, general counsel do it, then it would probably be more, you know, he's gonna give every student board member the same training.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Board Member Garza, CSBA, they offer training, and they can take advantage of the trainings. They have trainings online. They have regularly scheduled trainings because they know the student board members, you know, are here. I think that would, I wouldn't want to use general counsel's time to train them on CSBA's, rules and roles and responsibility. It's already established with CSBA. They just have to access it.
And if I could touch on two things talked about there. Starting off with CSBA's workshops that they do offer. Yeah, CSBA does offer workshops for student board members. However, those are not necessarily very frequent all the time. And again, it's something that the student board member has to, take on themselves. They have to go and find the website, sign up for it, attend that Zoom call. It might not, some of the trainings are in person. You have to go to, entire conferences that cost money and that kind of thing. So we wanted the orientation to be in-house. We wanted it to be, and I guess getting into the second part now, as relevant as possible to what the student board member is going to be doing. So if you notice in some of the subjects in which we were hoping that student board member would be trained in, we have standards for expectations for standards of professionalism, or how to appropriately interact with members of the community. And I hear what you're saying about we want to make sure the student board members training is consistent. We might have different board members over the years, and if the training, over time is like a game of telephone, we want to make sure it's as consistent as possible. So I understand legal counsel getting into the nitty gritty, really important stuff to know. But I do think it's important that the superintendent or some member of the board is involved in that training to bring it to a more personal level, because ultimately the student is going to be serving this community, and they need to know things about this community. So I wonder how we would be able to do that with having, requiring legal counsel, and also saying, with the superintendent or other designee, maybe we could do that, legal counsel and another designee.
Madam
Those
President,
are conversations.
If I may, I don't want to cut you off, but real quick, I think maybe I misheard, but I think like legal counsel should have a role in it, but it seems like more something that we would create as a training, and maybe somebody internal can oversee that. No offense, Andrew, but that'd be really expensive training for 10 hours of each of you. So I think more just like having them involved in what is trained, and maybe utilizing resources from CSBA and making our own to where we can all see that training, but then maybe somebody internal actually does the training, right? Like kind of marrying the two things.
Yeah, that's what I was going to remark on. The way I'm looking at this is a curriculum. It's a binder or curriculum, I don't know, that we develop. I'm saying this because, like I said, I took over this when you guys were already in place, but there's normally trainings that you have for onboarding new board members. There's actually a curriculum. It's not going to be as vast as what you do with the general board members, but we can talk about, okay, this is what a student advisory council is. This is what the cabinet, this is what you're talking about. This is the areas you should be really talking about, not in this area, and then if we want to bring in legal pieces about the Brown Act and all that, that's another unit in that curriculum. So there's different units in the curriculum that we would onboard the students with. So how the district is structured, district office is structured, what's the CBO, what's this assistant super, those things I think they need to know, because we're going to be talking about a lot of this stuff, how the whole system works. That makes sense? I don't know if that...
No, yes, I think that all new board members would love that training too. Okay, so I'm seeing what you're saying, and I agree there are those resources, board member Armstrong, but I know that if I'm really truthful about the training that I got, it wasn't as comprehensive as the one that we got through AMLO. So that's why I think it's a good idea that we have perhaps our staff work with our general counsel to create something like our board member Critchfield and Dr. Dradi were suggesting.
Okay, did you want to shift gears into what legal counsel was going to present?
Yeah, so maybe Mrs. Sarah, take us through just the whole, the different portions of that board BP, so everybody's unclear on it.
So the student board member position is governed by the Education Code, section 35012. It basically lays out the criteria for bringing a student board member onto the board, and that's done through a petition process. That process basically entails gathering of 500 student signatures from the high schools, and in some cases, just the schools within that district, or 10% of the students regularly enrolled, whichever is lower. So we added language to include in the petition portion regularly enrolled in high schools of the district, because that was not there prior. And then also within 60 days of that, the board, once they receive that petition, they have 60 days to decide whether they approve a single student, or if the petition requests more than one, they can actually approve multiple students. Now, the petition that had been filed previously requested at least 2 student board members, but the board always has the option to only elect one, but you have to elect at least one student board position. Now, having said that, it can change it to 2, to 3, to whatever it desires, but the petition has to ask for more than one to be granted, and it did in this case. Kind of going back to that as well, in terms of looking at the term that the student board member serves, it's generally a 1-year term from July 1st to June 30th. Now, if you have multiple student board members, you can vary that term to allow for alternate student board members to be present at the board meeting. So for example, if you have 3, one can attend the first meeting, the second, and then the third, and then it just repeats in that manner. So if there's 24 meetings in a year, each one will attend roughly 8 meetings. So that's a decision for the board to make in terms of how you wish to proceed with the election of student board members. If you want to expand the membership or keep it at 1, that's a board decision, and it's a policy decision. One of the things that we looked at is the Ed Code talks about the fact that a student has to be enrolled in the high school in order to serve. The problem is, once a student graduates, they're no longer enrolled in the high school. So that creates a potential issue. In looking at this issue, if the board decides to expand the membership, it can either institute rules that call for early elections that would allow someone to fill that position, should there be 3 seniors acting as student board members, or 2. Or it can designate that one of those positions has to be a non-senior, a junior, a sophomore, a freshman, so that that individual can cover the rest of the meetings that the others might be precluded because they've graduated. We also kind of added general Ed Code sections that comply with each portion of the policy that we basically amended. And that's just to give clarification as to where that authority comes from. So one of the things that the board has the power to do is to appoint student board members to subcommittees. The code actually requires that student board members be appointed to any subcommittees that board members would be on as well. So in this case, if you have multiple student board members serving a 1-year term, each can be selected to different subcommittees, and students also have the right to refuse should the time commitment conflict with whatever they're doing. So you give them the option and they decide, yeah, I can commit to it, or no, I can't. much like, would be with the board. If a board member can't attend certain subcommittee meetings because of timing conflicts, then another board member would be appointed. One of the things that was discussed earlier was the ability of a student board member to make a motion. The Ed Code does allow for that, but again, the board would have to authorize it via a resolution in order to allow for those motions to be made. And there's certain restrictions on the kind of motions that can be made. For example, if it talks about employer-employee relation, then student board members would not be able to make motions on those. Closed session items, same thing. They're not permitted to be in closed session, so therefore they can't make motions on any of those items. Basically, it makes it so that this position is more student-centric, geared toward the view of students are there to advocate for the viewpoints of their colleagues, of their peers within those schools, and not so much about the actual administrative side of a school board. Hence the fact that their vote is not counted in the final tally. Lastly, the board has the ability to eliminate student board positions. That is done by a vote of the majority of the board. There's also a provision in the Education Code that after 1976, any petition that's granted where there's a student board member allowed to serve on the board, basically every year after that, the board will have to continue that student board member position unless there's a majority vote to eliminate it. And then students could then bring it back through another petition. And once that petition is done, the board would have to put at least one student board member in that position. So some of the amendments we made were to clear up language that was inconsistent with the Education Code, to add additional provisions that had been left out in the original policy. And this is intended to serve as a kind of mirror of the Education Code. And the suggestions that were made by the students today, those could always be added on. It's a discussion that the board would likely engage in and make a final decision on, whether it's through a subcommittee or just general dialogue in the meeting as it currently stands. But with that being said, all that we did was go through and clarify some of the language in the policy to reflect that of the Ed Code more accurately.
Thank you, Mr. Sarega. Yes, Board Member Armstrong?
I have a question. I'm a firm believer in you designate the best of the best no matter what grade they're in, so I wouldn't feel comfortable designating that we have to have a specific grade level. Can that date be changed so that it's not July 1st, so that they can start earlier and not have to conflict with them not being a member of our school district?
Unfortunately, the Ed Code requires that the term start on July 1st, so it doesn't give any wiggle room in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Critchfield?
No questions?
At this point, I don't have any questions either. So this being the first reading, we're going to go ahead and just, I guess, digest this and then come back to the second reading and hopefully maybe make some.
So I think what I'm going to
suggestions.
do is I'll collaborate with legal counsel, and we'll, in the second reading, we're going to try to incorporate some of the language the student brought forward to see if you guys are interested in that, or we can bring that two documents aside for that deliberation to occur. So either way, we'll bring it and then we can deliberate from there.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, Les and I will work on addressing some of the points that we had a conversation with Mr. Critchfield on about kind of adding new, regulations to the student board member about how they handle sensitive information, trying to get them as close to the Brown Act as they can without, requiring them to be legally bound to the Brown Act. So we'll work on that. We'll get that to Dr. Jardy, and then we'll bring that back to legal counsel. And so then I wrote down two notes. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, almost there. Okay. So then if it would help, if it is the board's intent to allow the student board members in the future to make motions, then I don't know if I'm in a place to advise, but to bring that motion forward for the next meeting, just to pass it and get it out of the way. After that, then we'll have our second reading with like what Dr. Jwadi said, and Alyssa and I will be there. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I have a question. So for the second reading, will that be able to be put on the agenda for our next regular board meeting? Because I am concerned that if we keep pushing this back and reading, like we only have one meeting in July and we want to get this done. So is it possible to say that will be added on our next meeting?
I intended to. So knowing the timing we're dealing with. So, and then I guess the way I'm looking at it, I can have it ready on a docket for on consent, knowing that we're still going to deliberate first, and then we can pull it, discuss it, and then vote on it that same night. I don't know. Otherwise, I have to wait till another meeting for to put it as an action item. That makes sense, or that makes sense there? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to be able to take action on it, then you can put it on the consent, pull the item, discuss it. If any revisions are made, they can be made on the spot, and you can still vote on it. So just motions with certain amendments in them. But yeah, you can take a vote on it next meeting while still making any corrections you'd like to see in the policy if a majority of the board is in accordance.
And if we do not, then we'd have to wait another full meeting until mid-August before we could make this happen, correct?
Yeah.
That would be
Unless you
bad
put
for
in a special board meeting or something. I don't know if you guys want to do that in middle of July. So
I would be willing to do that. I think it's something that we need to handle, and I think it's something that we need to do right away, or we're going to be lacking for many months without our student board member, which does give us valuable information. So I would like to see this on the agenda as soon as possible and voted upon as soon as possible.
Well, I want to see it even sooner than that. I think it's really important, but the closest we can get to as close to a final draft, like in a Friday memo, so we have time to look at it. I think it'd be really important to kind of speed the process up as far as deliberating on.
That's where this subcommittee concept can actually help, right, in between now and then. So that way we're not seeing it fresh.
Yes, so I'm gonna revisit that now and see, is the board in agreement that to speed up this process, we do appoint a subcommittee? Thoughts, please? Board Member Armstrong?
Sure, we can appoint a subcommittee.
Board Member?
I'm okay with the subcommittee, but I guess I'm still trying to understand what we are looking at with this subcommittee and why we are doing it. I haven't really heard any reasoning behind why we're not accepting or what exactly we're doing with this committee.
So it's to help us expedite the conversations instead of curating it as with 5 people on the dais. If we do it with a subcommittee and curate it there, obviously you can't communicate among each other, but we at least would have picked off 2 board members, and then we would have brought it towards then the rest of the deliberation to occur. And then they can also aid in helping to explain, so that way we don't take a chance of having to bring it back to another board meeting. It'll help us for us to put it as a consent item, so that way it's ready in the queue for a vote.
So as what I'm hearing, we're just working on language and that's all we're looking at? Or what exactly are we looking at that we need a subcommittee to look at? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The language, strictly the language.
So then we're saying that this language is something that we don't agree with and we want to continue to look further upon. Yes, colleagues?
Can I? So I think there's been a couple of things. I think Chris mentioned possibly adding some language to help with the Brown Act type stuff, right? So that could be added in. Also, I mean, being a part of the subcommittee, I mean, you could look at like the benefits or the requirements for a resolution if we want to embolden that position even more. I think there's like 2, 3, or 4 things that could be added to it. But that would be up to the subcommittee to kind of do that work. And when you present at the next board meeting, I mean, the work can be done between now and the next board meeting rather than trying to do it at the next board meeting, which might delay it further. So we're saying the same thing. like this, the subcommittee will speed this up to where the likeliness of taking action is higher.
And if I could, I can speak for myself. I don't know if I can speak for Alyssa here, but I know I will be willing to support Dr. Jawadi and the board in any way in clarifying language if you guys have questions about what we've created. And we'll also, like we talked about, we'd also come up with our own language for, well, I'm not sure. I think honestly that's best if it's left to legal counsel and you guys to talk about instituting policies of the Brown Act without it being the Brown Act. I think that could be something you guys could look at. But again, it is important that we have student voice in conversations that will determine the position that, brings student voice to the table. So we will be present, or I'll speak for myself, and maybe I'll let Alyssa speak right now. I'll be present to help if you guys need anything, and I'll be in communication with Dr. Jawadi. Alyssa?
I can definitely agree. I mean, Chris and I have been dedicating our past 2 weeks to this, meeting with Dr. Jawadi outside of school at Steelcraft, and then also on the call with legal counsel once. So I think we are fully invested in this, and if you need any more clarification on any of the language that we have come up thus far, we can definitely provide clarification, and yeah.
Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you so much. So are we, Board Member Armstrong, Board Member Stewart, are you guys still able to take on this subcommittee appointment? You can say no if you don't want to.
This will be my third time saying yes. So I'm ready to say no.
Yes. Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart?
Do I have to make that decision right now?
No, I believe you can get back to me.
I'm sorry, Vice President Critchfield, did you have something?
No.
Mr. Zarega, do we have to arrive at a decision for 2 of our board members?
You don't have to do that this evening. The president can appoint at any time. So.
Perfect. Okay.
One other question. So will council is going to be a part of this committee? I just want to make sure.
Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. So when we appoint the subcommittee, it will be our superintendent, our general counsel, and 2 board members.
It doesn't have to be anything long drawn out. So I'm looking at this thing as just a one final look. And we'll combine the languages, one final look, and if it looks good, and if we're all in agreement, then it makes my job easier to be able to post as an action item, so the conversations with DICE won't be that long on it.
I'm sorry, can you go ahead?
I'm just asking, since we're going to have council, we have language, and I don't want to put pressure on my colleague, but to say yes, yes, yes. But do we have to have 2 board members? I mean, because to make a committee, you need more than one person, and you don't count. I mean, we can probably want you to count, but I'm just, I would love to work with you on this because you get it. You want this, and we just got to make sure that we have the language right.
I'll work on the committee.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to get it right for our students because we love you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, board members and general counsel and students, staff. Okay. Let me go back.
Okay, so our last presentation is the revised board policy 5145-12, search and seizure, and I'll turn this to Assistant Superintendent Dr. Avila.
Thank you, Dr. Jawadi. Board, I'll try to go through this as efficient as possible, and essentially, based on the earlier presentations, should the district move with implementing any of the safety measures, we would always like to go through the process of reviewing our board policies to make sure that they're up to date and appropriate. This policy, 5145.12, was last updated in 2013, and I'll be asking the board for any input regarding the policy development. Should you have any input this evening, or you can provide input at a later time, we just want to be able to take the board's input in the development of the policy. Oh boy, that's small. Well, I'm going to be reading it, so be able to reference it. So I'm going to be going through the major revisions of the policies, which are italicized, and for the board and community awareness. The policy addresses the process of conducting student searches. The superintendent or designee shall ensure that staff who conduct student searches receive training regarding the requirements of the district policy. So essentially, we want to be able to add that language to the board policy, and that's something that we have been discussing, is the need for ongoing staff training, and this will just document the fact that we will do that, and the policy will note that. Going on, in the area of searches of individual students, these types, in this section, the update is regarding items and locations for student searches. The types of student property that may be searched by school officials include, but are not limited to, lockers, desks, purses, backpacks, student vehicles parked in the district property. So that's the scope in which we will conduct searches. Going on to the next area, the second item discusses the process for searching cell phones by school officials and adhering to the requirements of accessing the information in students' electronic devices. This speaks to the policy, speaks to in which a student's personal electronic device may be searched only if a school official in good faith believes that an emergency involved danger of death or serious physical injury to the student or others requires access to electronic device information. Typically, the process is administration will typically ask the student if they can see their phone, and if with consent of the student, we can go ahead and look into the phone. But typically, we also would work with parents should there be a need, but ultimately it will be based on the parents' authorization of allowing us to look into the phone. But essentially, as in practicality, administration will typically request consent from a student to be able to look at their phone. And then if there is a concern, we'll work with their families in regarding to that. The next section has to use with metal detectors. This section addresses should the district use a metal detector in the future. The policy would allow this practice, and the board finds that the presence of weapons in schools threatens the district's ability to provide the safe and orderly learning environment to which district and students and staff are entitled. Board also finds that metal detector searches offers a reasonable means to keep weapons out of schools and to mitigate the fears of students and staff. The superintendent or designee shall use metal detectors as necessary to keep weapons out of schools and to help provide a safe learning environment. And the superintendent and designee shall establish a plan to ensure that metal detector searches are conducted in a uniform and consistent manner. That's additional language that the policy would include. And the last section has to use with contraband detection dogs. This section addresses should the district use canines in the future. The policy would allow for this practice. In an effort similar to the other one, in an effort to keep our schools free from any dangerous contraband, the district may use specifically trained non-aggressive dogs to sniff out and alert staff to the presence of any substance prohibited by law or board policy. And as you saw in the earlier presentation, you had an example, an opportunity to observe that practice. This policy will allow us to go ahead and implement that policy should the board give us direction to. And ultimately, so these are, as presented, are the major revisions to the policy. And we want to provide the opportunity for the board to provide any additional information. But once the policy is finalized, we do plan to use it for future professional development of our staff and our administration to be able to how we conduct searches. As I mentioned earlier, we want to be consistent and adhere to our policies when we conduct student searches. And then ultimately, we would also add this to any featured notifications as part of our handbooks and things of that sort. And at this time, I'll be taking any, I'm sorry, Dr. Jordan?
I'll just as a heads up, I know this question will come, use of metal, will you think about metal detectors or not? I can see a time in the future, not necessarily now, a time in the future where we decide to say, let's at least have wands to go to dances and things like that. So we just want to be ready, right? Mm-hmm. So we're not saying we're going to use it. We just want to be ready if we. You never know how these things work. What if a travesty occurs, not in our district or anywhere else? during the fall and everybody goes through this frenzy and all of a sudden this pressure to have something, we want to be ready, I guess, is the reason why we bring this on.
And just to give board additional awareness, in sampling other districts in our local areas, I had opportunity to look at 5 districts, and of the 5, 5 of them do have the K9 language in their board policies, and 4 of the 5 do reference metal detectors. So it's common language that you would find in districts. Is just that, but however, we get the opportunity to personalize it to fit our district's needs, and we would like to hear from the board any additional information or thoughts on these particular proposed revisions.
Thank you, staff. Board Member Armstrong?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Board Member Stewart?
I'm wondering if we have any data on what the community thinks of using the metal detectors.
Thank you for that. Ms. Stewart, would you like that as part of a memo or right now information on that?
Either. If you have it, I would love it.
Actually, we do have it. One of the safety measures that was referenced was the use of metal detectors. 49% responded, I support and endorse this protocol in the elementary and secondary schools. 20%, I am neutral regarding this protocol and okay with whatever is decided. 16% indicated I support and endorse this protocol for secondary schools, and 15% indicated I do not support this protocol.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Board Member Critchfield?
So just to be clear, I know this kind of ranked lower, much lower on what we were going towards. I just want to make sure it doesn't get wrapped up in all the other conversations tonight. This isn't something that we're pursuing right now, and if we were ever to go that route, there would be further action taken by the board to even allow that, correct?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. I do have a question. When you state school officials, who do you envision school officials would encompass?
Our administration are the ones who are involved in the searches. Typically, the practicality of this occurring, it would be 2 staff members searching a student. And typically what I've seen in our schools is it would either be administration with the security personnel, or it could be 2 administrators together, administration with the counselor. So there's always 2 staff members conducting these searches. So those are the staff members that I've listed who will be involved in the training. So it's typically who are the staffs being able to conduct those searches.
And if these school officials are not present, maybe one of them is missing, what would be the protocol at that time?
So at the secondary level, we have multiple administration who would, so if it's typically one administrator who's usually the point person for discipline, if that person's not on campus, we have a secondary person and or the principal. So we typically do have multiple administration who would be available at the secondary school. At the elementary, in the absence of the principal, we would have the admin designee who would serve in that capacity. And so that's the part of the process we would go through the training. And at the elementary level, it is a common where the counselors could also serve as that admin designee. And so that's where one of the groups we would want to provide this training to.
It says here using good judgment when conducting searches. Do we currently have procedures for conducting searches?
That's something that we actually just recently had one of our legal counsels provide a training to our staff in regards to being able to conduct the process for searches. We did ask AALRR to provide a training recently to our administration on how to conduct searches. And so we are making progress in this area to continue to provide ongoing staff training so we have consistency.
Thank you. So you're saying that the first training that we ever gave for conducting searches was through AALR?
That one, Ms. Garza, that's the one I've been involved in, and I would have to do some further research as far as what's been the training in the past. And to provide more awareness. But that's the one we just recently did that I was aware of and involved in. And so I'll have to provide more information regarding what has been our past practice for training in that area.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because I've heard tonight that I can't remember, NASTEC can provide training as well. And you're telling, so then this time we use AALRR. So is there going to be kind of we're going back and forth, or would it be together if we decide to go with NASTEC? What's the going to be the protocol?
The recommendation will be district administration, who will be facilitating the trainings. And with that, they will consult with our legal counsel and also possibly include outside entities such as either law enforcement or even NASTEC. Ultimately, it's the district who's responsible for implementing our policies and procedures. But however, we will take into consideration information from outside sources such as our legal counsel, because they're the ones who are going to be able to provide us those guidance regarding the legalities of conducting searches and what things we should not be doing as part of the searches. And so that's where every entity comes from a different set of lenses, and where law enforcement may conduct a search that may or may not be prohibited by us to conduct, and or NASTEC may have their own protocols. So that's where our administration will always be involved in the process, because ultimately we're the ones who are going to adhere to our own district policies and procedures. But we will be seeking their input also, but it's always going to be led by administration.
All right, perfect. That's good to know. So down at the bottom where it says school officials may search any individual student, reasonable suspicion. So can you give me an example of reasonable suspicion?
That can an example could be a student may have an odor, a specific odor of a controlled substance, which may give a reason for the school administration to conduct a search. And if they have an odor, if they appear to be displaying physical characteristics that would alert somebody that this person could be under the influence, we would then conduct a search to see if they have anything in their possession not supposed to. Ultimately, you always have to be cautious when you're conducting searches, because this student could have an allergy. And you know, so that's where we always have to follow up with families and notify them that a student was searched and go through that process too. That could be an example. Sometimes we're given tips that a student might be providing controlled substances on campus. That could be information that we can use to then give us reasonable suspicion the student may have something in their possession not supposed to, which could give administration the ability to search a student. Legal counsel, I don't know if there's anything else you wish to add.
So going back to that, reasonable suspicion is actually a lower threshold than probable cause. Students on campus have a reduced level of expectation of privacy. So that's why it allows for certain type of searches that, for example, law enforcement would not be able to do out on the street because there's a different need. And you know, the welfare of students is a top priority. So reasonable suspicion would be more akin to your, hey, so you get a tip that some kid has, you know, something on him at school, you can go search the backpack. Law enforcement gets a tip like that, they can't go search a vehicle or search a person. If you smell an odor, if you see objective symptoms of intoxication, for example, based on training, that forms probable cause. That's a higher level and you're definitely good to go. So basically schools are allowed to conduct searches at a much lower threshold than, for example, law enforcement would in the outside world. It gives a lot more cover for schools to be able to engage in this kind of activity.
And I do have another question for you, Mr. Sarega. In this policy, it also says that administration will let parents know afterward, after the search has been conducted. Legally, is that when we can tell them, or is there another place that we should be telling them?
So after is appropriate. Generally, you want to get consent. The problem is there's issues with consent, minors being able to give consent. But the reality is once you have the authority to conduct the search, consent is no longer needed. So you can notify the parents afterwards. Practically speaking, it's very hard to notify them before you conduct the search. So yeah, it's perfectly admissible to do so afterwards.
It's maybe speak to the whole concept of local parentis, that we actually assume their responsibility as parent.
Yeah,
campus
so
administration.
So once once a child steps on a school, or in some cases even outside, you are now in custody of that child. And so you have certain roles and responsibilities that you now take. Again, legally, you're considered almost a quasi-guardian, because now you are responsible for that person's well-being and so on and so forth. So that associates with it certain rights conveyed upon the school to be able to take actions in the best interest of, the children there in the school. So yes, in that sense, you do take on that role in a quasi-state.
Thank you. Down at the bottom, it says a student's personal electronic device may be searched if a school official in good faith believes an emergency involves danger of death or serious physical injury. Here it says physical injury, but I'm just wondering, would emotional injury have any, bearing on this? And then the reason I'm asking this is because I'm thinking of just cyberbullying, how that is becoming really big. Does that, and maybe I should ask you that question, where does cyberbullying fall?
So there is legislation to deal with that. However, in terms of searches, exigent circumstances, as it's currently defined, do not include a definition for that emotional harm. So, at this point, you'd be wading into kind of unknown territory. And I would highly recommend that the school district not be named on a lawsuit where it says, X versus Bellflower Unified School, and case law be set upon that. So in those terms, there's still legislation being proposed. There's things being done in those terms, but currently there's nothing in those definitions that would include emotional harm.
But if I can add to that, and every situation is unique in regards to how information is become, how administration becomes aware of information. And typically, how administration will get involved, or even a school counselor, a student will report, this behavior is going on towards me, and look, I'm receiving these types of texts. Look what's being posted on social media. Most of the time, students are willingly showing that information to administration, which gives us information to be able to take action upon. And so while that's usually how information is presented to administration to be able to act on, we wouldn't be able to force a student to openly show me your phone and show me the evidence, forcing them, what I mean. But we would ask them, share what information you have to support your allegation so we can help support you and resolve the matter. And that's typically in the practicality of how that would work at a school. But we wouldn't be able to force an individual to open up their cell phone.
Thank you. And I think you've already answered the metal detector question. So no more questions. Thank you so much, staff and Mr. Sorega.
Well, thank you.
Was that the end of all presentations? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so sorry, I've got to find my spot here. Public hearings. Yeah, so we do not have public hearings tonight. We go on to the consent agenda. Do any members of the board have any requests to withhold any agenda items this evening?
Yes. I would like to pull, sorry, go ahead, Brad.
I'd like to pull 9.3.5.7, the acceptance of donations.
Board Member Stewart?
I would like to pull 10.2.
Board Member Armstrong?
I have no items to pull.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda except for items 9.3.5.7 and item 10.2?
So moved.
Second.
Questions or comments? Roll call.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. So items withheld, going back to the items pulled for separate consideration, first agenda item is 9.3.5.7, acceptance of donations. Board Member Critchfield?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. I know it's late. I won't take long. But I think this is a good opportunity for me to just kind of learn how we do things. I think it's great that people are willing to donate to our school district. I think it's something that we can welcome, and it's obviously a very positive thing. I am hoping that perhaps I can get some clarity on what that process looks like to perhaps promote that more going forward. Obviously, it ends up on an agenda for approval, but how does it get there, and what are some of the hurdles that may exist?
So when an administrator calls us that there's somebody who wants to make a donation, there's a donation form that has to be filled out, and they fill all the criteria there on the donation, and then we bring it to the board to accept, and then after the donation is accepted, it's put in ASB account under this specification of what it can only be used for. And all of that documentation is held internally to make sure that it is only used for that amount. I'm sorry, for that purpose.
So that is something that it is our practice. Like, people can donate to specific things.
Yes, and correct, to specific projects, correct.
Okay. It just can't be dedicated to a specific site, or is that something that's like newer, or?
You mean like?
It's like if somebody wanted to make a just donation and they wanted to go to a specific site, is that something that is acceptable?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So as you can see here, the some of the donations listed there are specifically for those school sites, like Bellflower. That's for a spirit walk there, and that funding is going to be specifically used for that project. The same with the rest of the donations that are being made.
So it does get earmarked for that?
Correct,
Awesome.
correct.
Cool. Thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
Board Member Armstrong? Any questions?
No, I understand the donation process. Thank you.
Board Member Stewart?
No.
I want to make a request to have that placed in the Friday memo, just so that everyone, including our missing or our absent board member, has that, just to be on the same page, please. Also, can you tell me a little bit about booster clubs? How do they operate?
They are separate, and so the district does not handle any of the funding regarding boosters. That's completely separate. The only thing that the district does is make sure that they are insured, and we could at any time audit to make sure that their finances are in place, but we do not handle any of the funding that they do.
Thank you. I believe those are all the questions I have. Board Member Stewart, did you want to make? No? Okay, perfect. So then, do I have a motion?
You have that motion.
Second.
Thank you. So, roll call.
Ms. Armstrong?
Aye.
Ms. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Critchfield?
Aye.
Mrs. Garza?
Aye. Good. So let's go over the next item pulled for separate consideration. That item is 10.2, Board of Education, Travel and Conference Reconciliation.
Ms. Garza, that 10.2 is an informational item. It's not part of the consent agenda.
Sorry about that.
Point of order, am I allowed to ask questions about it? So do I wait till we get to that item? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So, let's move forward. Informational items. Does the board have any questions regarding the information items this evening?
I have one question. So just being new, I've kind of talked to some of the executive cabinet, but I just want to understand how conferences work, because just like we were talking about the upcoming November conference and us going early and reimbursement and things like that, and I've been told that we have to get approval from the superintendent. Is there like an allocated amount for each of us? Are we basically able to go to the things that we want to go to? I'm just kind of understanding how that works, because when we first went to our conferences last year, we couldn't even get reimbursed because we weren't board members yet. So I'm just kind of wondering how that works with each of us and what we're allowed to go to.
Very good question. Actually, I wanted to address this 2 months ago. It just skipped my mind. But no, while sitting board members, any authorized conference you go to, you shouldn't come out of pocket on that. So I think that the last time when you guys went to conference, as I went with you, you weren't. I don't think I was hired that time yet. Was I hired? No, I wasn't. Yeah. Anyway, okay. And then you guys were not brought on yet. So that's why the district could have spent funds on you. But not, from this point on, you will. I think the reason why I wanted to bring this on board is because there are professional learnings that you guys need throughout the year. So what I'm accustomed to doing is we establish that allocation you have for the year. And I don't know if we have something like that in your bylaw or not, but we can certainly establish something like that. But it's a matter of saying, okay, Mrs. Stewart, you have this much, Armstrong, Chris Field, Dr. Sue, and then every year you have this consistent amount. But what if Mr. Crisfield doesn't want to go to one and you want to go to an additional one? I've seen it where you just borrow the funds the other one has. But there's a fixed amount that we get for a full board, and then we can just distribute it evenly. So I don't know. I don't have that figure right now, but I think you do. I believe every board does need something like that in order because you have to continue to learn and understand. And CSBA is clearly one of those that is covered, but there's going to be additional individual ones that you guys might want to learn about.
So there is a fixed amount, but we don't have that in place yet?
I don't. Do we
Is
have
that what
a
I'm
fixed amount
hearing?
in place yet, or?
We do not. Your bylaw does not say that there is a fixed amount. And as Dr. Girardi was saying, that would be something that is a board decision. It just has to be something that is related and going to help improve, as he was saying, for the purposes of the district and things that you're here to, as elected members, to be able to serve and focus on and improving for the district.
Okay, thank you. Because I know as a new board member, there was more training, and I'm doing some training tomorrow and Saturday. So I want to get in as much as I can, and I just want to understand, like, are we allowed to go? Are we allocated? I know we talked about turning in receipts, things like that. So I just wanted a little more clarification on that. Thank you.
So maybe I'll work with, because I needed to address this earlier anyway, so maybe I'll work with board leadership at our next meeting to talk about, okay, what would be a fair amount for each of you to put as a part of the bylaw or something.
And if I can, to piggyback on that, what does the process look like as far as approving certain conferences or travel? Is it?
I think you would tell me, obviously, that you want to go to a certain conference, and it will be within the allocation, and then you provide a reasoning and so on. I think those kind of things can't be abused. If I was a board member, I wouldn't want to, because we have to post everything anyway, the purpose of where you're going and all that. So I don't know. You want to go to Vegas gambling? That's not going to look good for you. I wouldn't approve it first and foremost. If I did, it still wouldn't be good for both of us. Me approving going to gambling to Vegas.
Yeah, let's not do
Vegas
that. Yeah. So that's something we'll look into, is like finding an amount and then figuring that out. Great.
Maybe we'll look at the trends of the previous board members that have gone, or conferences that we know for sure. For example, you're going to go to CSBA. We know for sure there's certain ones that you're going to go to, but there are individual ones that you guys might be interested in attending. We just have to talk about what that is.
Any other questions, comments? Perfect. Okay, so let's go on to board staff and PTA comments. Dr. Draty, do you have anything to report tonight?
No, the only thing I want to say is I didn't get a chance to express how well I thought the end of the year went with the graduations, and I've taken the year to kind of soak in this semester, the Bellflower, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. I'm more inspired about the future aspirations of things that we want to try to accomplish here. I think the communication with staff and parents and the people I'm meeting, we all want the same thing. To me, that's a real positive sign. It's going to embolden me to really dive into establishing the strategic plan that I want to present to you at some point this fall. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dr. Draty. So let's go on to PTA communications. Welcome, Ms. Rivera.
Good evening, President Garza, board members, Dr. Draty, and staff. On behalf of the Bellflower Council PTA, I would like to thank you for the continued opportunity to address the school board monthly. All of our school PTA units and the council are already planning many events for this upcoming year. We will share dates of our PTA school events, and we will invite you to join in as many activities as your busy schedules will allow. We're excited to continue our partnership, building the bridge between schools and families, because we all know parent involvement is the key to student success. So as of June 30th, my term as Bellflower Council PTA president ends. I will still be on the council. I'll be involved as leadership VP. And Linda Morgan is taking over as council president. We look forward, both of us, to working together with everyone in the upcoming year. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. And thank you for your service this past school year. Now we go on to next board member reports. Board member Armstrong.
Well, I did visit Beverly Hills Unified School District to, to view their security systems. You heard about that through the, what is it called, the presentation. I also attended LACO's Universal Pre-Kindergarten Transition Institute. That was Tuesday and Wednesday, so even though I'm off work, it seemed like I've been even more busier since I've been off work, so I am exhausted. So I did that, and it was great. I got a chance to see about 6 of our principals there. So yeah, they were shocked to see me, but but we had a good time. Like, I can come to these too. And I'm here now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Armstrong. Board Member Stewart.
I only have a few things. I am going to be attending the CSBA Masters of Governance conference. It's virtual tomorrow, and I'm really excited. There's 160 pages in the workbook, so I have more reading tonight to do. But I think it's going to be really important, and it's going to be really good for me to learn more about the budget and things that I don't understand, as well, being a new board member. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I just wanted to say the recognitions just made me cry. They were so amazing. One of the ladies, Kim Jodway, it's so weird. I haven't seen her in probably 35 years, but her very first year teaching here, my mom was her special education aide. So that just made me so happy. And seeing Miss D here, I'm just so happy that we can celebrate all of them tonight. And congratulations on their retirement. I'm so jealous, and I can't wait till I can retire. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Stewart. Board Member Critchfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm tired. I don't know about you guys, but I was able to go to the Beverly Hills school with to see the demonstration from was it NASTAC, right? So that was really good, but the traffic was really bad. But again, it was definitely worth the trip, and I'm glad we were able to do it. Board Member Armstrong and I. But it's been a really busy few weeks, and it's been a really fun few weeks. And I'm looking forward to all the good work. And staff, thank you so much. Tonight was action-packed with a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes, so thank you. And Bonnie, you're so good at doing the recognitions. You really are. Round of applause for Bonnie.
No, it's a team effort. There's a team effort. There's a group of people that make that happen. I just call it off.
Just so soothing. You even did it right now. You don't even know it.
It's time to go to bed.
Right. And I'm going on a cruise tomorrow, so I'm really excited about that. Other than that, hope everybody has a safe night.
Thank you, Board Member Critchfield. As for myself, today was my last day of school, so I am now available to meet with anyone who wants to talk and just chat. Thank you so much for everything, and we will see you back on our next regular board meeting to be held on Thursday, July 6th. Meeting is adjourned at 10:16 p.m. Thank you.